Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 2024 New Hampshire primary night. And I'm going to assume the audio is working. And hopefully, we have another nice stream. If you were here last week, thanks for showing back up. We've got a little bit of time to kill before the results should be coming in. We do already have the Dixville Notch results. All right. Hello. Sounds good. Good to get the confirmation. So we have the Dixville Notch results. Look at that, Nikki Haley. 6-0 over Donald Trump. So for right now, she has 100% of the vote. But it's expected Haley is going to fall short. But there could be an upset. As I always say, you got to prepare for some crazy results sometimes. Can she win it? She can. In the general election, hello, thanks for showing up. In this primary, I think Haley could theoretically win it. It just seems unlikely based on the polls, based on whatever empirical evidence we have. But maybe there's a strong anti-Trump vote in New Hampshire, and maybe Democrats, they changed their party affiliation a couple months ago in anticipation to boost Haley. Maybe, but then we have DeSantis, he's out. Ramaswamy is out. And Chris Christie is out. What are they going to pull in? Take a look at this ballot. Look at this. A lot of names on here. We'll see what, I guess Ryan Binkley pulls in tonight. But Doug Burgum, sure the news has been out that he's not going to run for a third term for governor in North Dakota. That was a little surprising. I thought he might be able to do it before he's term limited with that new constitutional amendment that they passed, limiting to 2 terms. Other than that, I thought Haley had a bad week. I thought Trump was pulling in all the endorsements. He already had Tim Scott. He gets Ramaswamy. He gets DeSantis. And Haley has what? Chris Sununu and Phil Scott, Judge Judy. And she didn't. Chris Christie, he did not, unless something changed today, maybe endorsed at the last minute. He didn't even endorse her. How's it look for the Democrats? Yeah, well, we've got that up here. At least today, we've got 2 things to look at. Last week, not a whole lot happening. And I wasn't planning on doing this stream, but it ended up happening. Biden, who's not even on the ballot, as most of you probably know, he's doing the write-in campaign. We got to see what happens there. He's probably going to win. That would be crazy if New Hampshire primary voters are that disgusted by the DNC trying to make South Carolina the first primary. So that could take a little longer to get the write-in votes. Who knows? But a lot of candidates on this side, too. Look at this exhaustive list. They've got unprocessed write-ins. So we'll see what happens with that. But I've got the community polls out on my channel to see what the margins are going to be for Trump and Biden. They're both expected to win. It's probably not going to be that close, but it could be semi-close. Now, if Haley doesn't win, I would think that she should drop out. Of course, if it's like a 1% race, she's going to try to build on that, I would imagine. But I don't think she's going to go anywhere with it. She's probably going to lose by a decent margin. I don't know what she's going to do. She's got her home state of South Carolina. That's theoretically on the horizon if she's still in it. Yeah, no, she is trailing in all the other states, even her home state. I did not know he wasn't running again. Not. Oh, Doug Burgum. I assume you're talking about Burgum. Yeah, there was some news out yesterday, maybe the day before, that Burgum, who could run for a third term, as he's grandfathered in to the term limits there, he could go for a third term, but he's not going to do it. So we're going to have an open governor's election in North Dakota. I suppose he could change his mind still. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Glad you could make it. Let's hope we get another classy stream. Maybe we'll get more people showing up this time because there's a little bit more action, a little bit more suspense. So we're here just a little bit early before results start coming in, which maybe they take a while, maybe they come in quick. But we've got the Dems, the GOP, we've got 2020 results. If we want to maybe compare this to anything, here's 2020, the general election in New Hampshire. Biden, over 52%, Trump at 45%. So we'll see what happens. Okay, is he going to run for governor? That I could see that. He's already in office. We'll see if he does that. New Hampshire semi-open primary, yeah. But apparently you had to, if you were going to change your party registration, you would have had to have done so. Here we go, October 6th. That's when you could change your party affiliation. At least that's what it says here. That's what I've been hearing. But yeah, some independents, and there are independents in New Hampshire. We'll have to see what they do, but they could maybe boost Haley. It's a possibility. There's a lot on the line here tonight, theoretically, even though we're not expecting anything too crazy to happen. Will Marianne drop out? You don't hear much about Marianne Williamson. It's not a surprise. She's not going to be a friend to most of the mainstream media, but I would assume she's going to have to drop out at some point. I could see her dropping out, I guess, after this. I'm not sure what she has said about the campaign. Maybe she's made a mission to go just all the way to the convention. But from a practical standpoint, she should probably hang it up after tonight, unless she has some kind of crazy surge, cracks 15 or 20% somehow. Then we got Dean Phillips. We'll see what he does as well. Might not be called early, yeah. Last time it was called with like less than 1% of the vote in. And then there were technical difficulties on New York Times. Let's hope we don't have that tonight. But we're doing another stream. And 2 weeks in a row. 15 people. Not bad. Maybe we can get that up to 25, 30. It might be some new people stopping by for the first time. Last week, brand new person found my stream and they stayed. So I appreciate that. Remember to do the usual, like, subscribe, share, whatever you want to do to help the channel. But Dixville Notch, is that an ominous sign for Trump? I don't think so. I thought he would have got at least one out of that, but only 6 votes. So in the meantime, while people are still probably filling in, they're getting off work, whatever they're doing. Got a bunch of tabs up here. Here's your delegate tracker. Trump, 20 delegates. Nikki Haley at 8. DeSantis, who has more, he's dropped out. And I think you need 10% statewide to get delegates in New Hampshire, and then it's proportional. Something like that. It is confusing. Nice. First time in. Started last week. Well, are you hooked, or are you still testing the waters? Either way, nice to have you while you're here. Here's 2020 primary results. For the Democrats, Bernie over Buttigieg. And look at Biden. Second, third, fourth, fifth place behind Warren. 8.4%. If you didn't know the rest of the story, you'd say there's no chance this guy would be the nominee. Fifth place in New Hampshire? But we all know what happened after that. So that's 2020. Democrats. Here's the Republicans. 4 years ago, Trump, he was in the mid 80s, 85.6. Bill Weld, 9.1. And here's Dixville again. One write-in vote against Trump. But this was kind of uncontested. I mean, Bill Weld was in there, but good videos. That's great to hear it. Got a variety. You don't have to like every video, but hopefully half of them. Hello? Rick C137. Eating the ice cream. Sounds good. You're probably waiting for the upcoming spinner battle. Here's 2016. If you want to see what Trump did the first time, he did win the state. He got 35.3%. Kasich was in second, then Cruz, then Jeb Bush. Even Marco Rubio also cracked 10%. 5 people into double digits 8 years ago. In Dixville that time, Kasich 3-2. But the rest of these, Trump fairly dominant in a crowded field. That one, Bernie outmatched, or Hillary was outmatched against Bernie, I should say. So we've got all the tabs up here for comparison. Vermin Supreme, remember him? 260 votes. Doesn't that guy run like every year? What else do we have? We've got 2016 general election. Look at this. Trump almost won this thing. Hillary only won it by under 3,000 votes. 46.8 to 46.5. That was a nail biter. Also in the U.S. Senate election. But a lot of red and blue. Ready for tonight? Well, this is the place to be. So, still a little bit of time. Here's the recent polls for Real Clear Politics. We've got a Susquehanna. We've got a Pennsylvania. Biden up 8 there, 47 to 39. But in the U.S. Senate, Casey only up 4. I would think Casey would overperform Biden. So that's interesting. Then we've got all the other polls for the primary today. Trump, in the aggregate, he's at 55.8. Haley, about 36, 37. He's got a significant lead. That's 19.3. That's going to be tough for Haley to overcome. If I had to bet, I'd say it's not going to happen. If Joe Biden randomly came over, wanted to eat fast food with you, I don't know. I don't know how that would go. That'd be a little awkward. I don't know what Biden's into. I know he eats his ice cream cones. That's about it. Trump has his well done steak with ketchup and McDonald's. Trump will probably win tonight in this primary. The general, totally different story. Could go either way. How about these polls? We've got Virginia, Biden up 43 to 40. But Haley, she's up 5 points, 43 to 38. And DeSantis, he's up. He's trailing 3. And then there's even a New York poll here. Biden up single digits, 46 to 37. Here's the four-way race. Biden still up 9, 41 to 32. Kennedy pulling in 13 and West at 3. We'll have to see what kind of ballot access those independent candidates will end up with. We've got New Hampshire governor, Kelly Ayotte. Big lead over Chuck Morse, 32 points. How about the Democrats here? Biden with a colossal 45-point lead as a write-in, 61 to Dean Phillips, 16. Williamson at 5 to 9 points. It's going to be interesting to see what those write-ins show us. I heard if you write just Biden, that counts. But if you just put Joe down, then that's going to be a mess. But maybe they have it all figured out somehow. Casey winning by 4 will be an overperformance. Well, I think Casey, I'm somebody who thinks Casey is like a lock to win re-election as of now. I just see him as being an incumbent who's in a strong position. Trump and ketchup, yeah. Hey, if that's how he likes it, that works. Oh, were you talking about? Not sure if you were talking about the spinner battle or this primary with wanting Trump to win. I think we might have overlapped on some of that. Trump and the Domino's ad. Uh, I think didn't Saturday Night Live do that? That I do remember. That was a long time ago. If we're talking about the same thing, so we've got nothing. But what else? Trump only trailing by 3. Biden up 3 in Virginia. Is that gonna pan out? Here's the average polling. It's not a complete blowout here for Biden, but it seems like the days of Virginia going red are. I don't think they're going to go red anytime soon, but you never know. All right. Donald Trump turned the state of New Hampshire to red ketchup. Well, he didn't last time. last time. Yeah, there's a lot of blue here. If we're, but let's see, what percent will DeSantis get now that he dropped out? I suppose that's a fair question. He was polling at what, like six, something like that? I would imagine a little less, 2%. There's probably some voters there that don't even know he dropped out. Here's the market. Predicted. Trump is at 91 cents. Haley, 11. So that's a massive uphill climb for Nikki Haley. Back in 2016, yeah, Gary Johnson, he pulled in over four. There was a lot of third party vote. It seems to be the thing that made it so close. A real Domino's ad. That then I don't remember. I do remember the skit on SNL back in the day. Trump's 2000 campaign. Yeah, that is something to take a look at. I barely even remember that. I most of the time forgot he even did that. So theoretically, we're 8 minutes away from some sort of results. Sure, Nikki Haley has some kind of concession speech handy. I'm guessing Trump does not have a concession speech handy. No results yet. Got to wait at least till the top of the hour. I do like how you're into that spinner battle. The spinner battles are fun, but they don't get an overwhelming amount of views, but they're fun. Okay. Best place to watch the results come in? Probably right here. And I would say New York Times is usually the crowd pleaser if you're looking for election results. They should update it in real time. They have the map to hover over, see all the results. It seems to work. Um, Suggested McCain for Secretary of Defense and Oprah for Vice President. Oh, this is back in 2000 on his campaign. Wow. The times have changed. Trump drinks 12 Diet Cokes a day. I did hear something. I don't know if it was 12, but I did hear he does knock back the Diet Cokes. Yeah, spinner battle fan. Yeah, diet. Maybe it's healthier. Maybe it's all an illusion. Who knows? Want the spinner to be a one time to be a clean sweep. So everybody winning one state. Well, the coin flips have that. It's more likely it would happen on the coin flip with only a heads and a tails, and that has not happened. I don't even know if we've had a 400 electoral vote landslide. We've been having some close coin flip battles lately. All right, you're staying right here. Sounds good. Can always have multiple streams or multiple sites open. But we're waiting. Trump and the Big Macs. Okay. Will Biden be replaced before the election? I mean, I hear people talk about that, and what can you say? It's going to be a lot of conjecture. I mean, it seems like that's not the case, that it's going to be Biden, but could something change in 2 or 3 months? I suppose, but I would just say that that's unlikely, at least. But you never know. Could be some health issue. And if Biden is absolutely in the toilet on polling in the summer, maybe before the convention, I think there'll still be talk about that, but would they actually pull the cord and try to replace him? I'd have to say probably not. And they wouldn't be, I don't even know if it would be Newsom. It seems like Harris would be the logical runner up. So yeah, this is just kind of hanging out until we get some action. But these are good poll results. But if you're Trump, this is not looking good here in Pennsylvania. If you're down by 8 points, if David McCormick is doing noticeably better than you in this key state you have to win, that's going to be a problem. But the aggregate polling for Pennsylvania, now Biden is up 0.6. So we've seen Trump ahead in several of these polls, Biden ahead in a few, and then this last one here is a big leap for Biden, up 8 points. Seems a little bit like an outlier. And again, I would think Bob Casey would do better than Biden, but not according to this Susquehanna poll. Okay. Who would make a better VP? Zeldin or Youngkin? Well, it depends. Again, I try to think about it from what should Trump do from his perspective to increase his chances? Because who cares what I think? But what do I think Trump should do between those two? Well, if you're going to pull in Youngkin out of a governor's seat in Virginia, I don't think that's a good move. I suppose just as a running mate, he wouldn't be completely using all of his political capital. He wouldn't be running against Trump. But Zeldin, I think, he made it a little closer at the New York governor's election last time, but not close enough. He didn't win, and he hasn't won statewide. I think a lot of people would say they don't know who Zeldin is. And I would think if you're going to pick a VP, you'd want somebody with a statewide win under their belt. Maybe not every time. I mean, Trump definitely goes outside the box at times. I think Youngkin would be a stronger candidate if it's just about who would be stronger and help Trump more. Me? Well, I generally, to put it short, I'm kind of all over the place. I don't frequently like to go on about my own views. It happens once in a while. If you want a little bit better idea of where I might stand, there's a video on my channel. It's the main video. If you get on the user page, in the main video about why both parties suck. So that might tell you a couple things. So I would recommend taking a look at that, because I'm kind of all over the place, but the main thing I like to do is focus and cover elections. But it depends. I know nowadays, once you say one view or one opinion on one issue, people make all kinds of assumptions. And I know that's the name of the game, but let's see. You want Tim Scott, I assume, to be VP. Do you think he's a good choice or a bad choice? Well, I did a tier ranking a couple months ago, and Tim Scott was the top choice for who I picked that I think was most likely for Trump to pick and also complete the ticket. So I would agree, Tim Scott, I think, is probably reasonably likely and would reasonably help Trump enough from his point of view. Now, maybe he goes and does something like Ramaswamy. I think that's unlikely, but it's a possibility. Pennsylvania is going to be very close. It should be. Nobody should get complacent. Oh, Tim Scott, there we go. Trump should choose a vice president that's from a battleground state. Yeah, there's that thinking. But how often has that happened as of late? I mean, Obama picked Biden. That wasn't a swing state. Not really. And Hillary Clinton picks Tim Kaine. I guess back then, maybe Virginia was going to be in play. I suppose Romney did pick Paul Ryan, but that didn't help him in Wisconsin. And then Trump picking Pence, that was not a competitive state either. Um, Trump will win barely in PA. I mean, it's so early. There's plenty of people saying there's no way he's going to win. There's people saying there's no way he's going to lose. I don't understand being that confident. I'm saying let's see what happens. We've got a lot of time. Let's take a look at the polls, see what develops over the next at least 3 or 4 months before we actually get hard into the election season. Youngkin can't deliver Virginia. Yeah, I would not think he would win Virginia if he was on the ticket anyway. I think he'd make it closer, be under 5 points, probably. As for the voting, well, again, there's a few topics I'm going to try to kind of gloss over to keep things moving on a mostly from a mostly neutral standpoint. You're going to vote because you're 18? Okay. Sounds good. Ramaswamy is a good choice for Trump. He's very similar to Trump. He's much younger, but I think he's kind of a wild card. I think Ramaswamy has become very polarizing, and he's uh, he's would ignite the Trump base. I think that's true. Maybe that's a winning formula, but I think if you're looking for something to kind of bridge the establishment a little bit, kind of extend an olive branch, you might want to pick somebody not like Ramaswamy, but maybe he does. Who knows? Um, you wish it was the 70s or the 80s where you could talk to each party. Well, are you talking about during a campaign? Do the meet and greets, the handshakes, the so-called retail politics? I don't know what extent those days are totally gone, but I'm sure it is a different era. Ramaswamy said he would not take VP. A lot of people say a lot of things. Um, maybe he's serious. Maybe he's only saying that because he thinks he won't be picked. Maybe it's all reverse psychology. Uh, Biden was picked as VP for Pennsylvania. Biden was from Delaware when Obama picked him, if that's what you're referencing. He was born, I believe, in Pennsylvania, Scranton Joe, as they might say once in a while. Coin flip battle between Obama and Romney was extremely close. That was a great one. Down to the end. Somehow Romney came back on that one. Spoiler. Trump will win one or the other, Wisconsin or Michigan. Be hard to win both with Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Well, those are the key states. And I think they could go either way, as I've been saying. Okay, do we have any results yet? No, we've got nothing. The polls have closed. We've got that going for us. Haley still with 100% of the vote. Thanks for live streaming. No problem. Thanks for showing up. Can't do it all by myself. You're ready because your teacher got you hyped up. Sounds good. So this is, maybe you have 2 or 3 streams going. That's a possibility. But maybe you just have this one. Favorite type of music. That is off topic. Um, you know, I could take the easy answer and just say everything. But that's no good. Well, it depends. Um, Definitely off topic, but what's a safe answer? Classic rock? It depends. I'd say not a lot of rap, not a lot of country. That I'll throw out there. Your grandma passed away. Whoops. Sorry to hear that. Yep, born in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Biden got in the Senate very young. Jeb win in New Hampshire. I wonder what he's doing tonight. He's probably endorsed Haley. I haven't found that, but why wouldn't he endorse Haley? And DeSantis, I mean, he's done. He was here a minute ago, but he's done. He did endorse Trump. So now Trump, it's all water under the bridge with DeSantis. He's back on his good side. He's no longer a competitor. Uh, yeah, I don't think Jeb is going to win New Hampshire. Favorite film? Yeah, these are very off-topic questions. That might be a some kind of a members only off-topic stream someday if we can get enough people for that. But um, I got to think of a film that I like that is a crowd pleaser. Um, Everybody likes Titanic, right? Does that work? It's not my favorite film, but I think that works. So we still have nothing here. We've got nothing. Spinner battle, yeah. I wish those videos got more views. I know it's random, it's pointless, but it's a nice change of pace from this grind of politics. Greetings from Chile or Chile. Keep up the good work. Thanks a lot. Tuning in from South America. Very impressive. Jeb would not endorse Haley. She didn't back him in 16. Okay. I guess maybe there's more to that plot then between Haley and Jeb Bush. I can't confirm that. I don't remember that, but maybe. So we've got nothing still. How about the market? Trump's still at 91. Nothing changing. I would assume the results are going to be right around the corner. There we go. Right on cue. You like that? Boom, Haley. She's down from 100. She's at 61. What have we got? We've got Concord. That would be the state capital. So that's what we've got so far. Anything for the Democrats? No. And we've got more. Trump gaining. He gains 9.9. Is this the final moment where Haley will have an advantage? She's basking in it. 51%. Laconia. Ron DeSantis is at 18 votes. What else we got here? 0 for everybody else. Look at this list. Apparently you don't need a lot to actually get on the ballot in New Hampshire. Anything for the Dems? No, nothing. Biden, I think he should have just registered and kept the primary and got on the ballot. Here we go, right there. Unprocessed write-ins, 75%. That's going to be Dean Phillips at 21.5. If that held, that would be a little bit notable. Still probably not enough. Okay, a little bit more. No, Haley expands her lead slightly. All right, what have we got here? Binkley, yeah, I know Binkley's kind of a meme candidate. You watched the video on why both parties suck. Well, there you go. Some people might disagree. They might think I got it completely backwards, but you know, those are just some thoughts. Favorite movie? Is that we're still talking Titanic? It's a good film. But who doesn't like Titanic, right? Who would win, Obama or Trump if it ever happened? Now, right? If theoretically in 2024, if it was Barack or Donald Trump, well, Obama's going to win that. That's kind of an easy call. It's all hypothetical, though. Obama's popularity has been maintained. I think if he actually ran again, it would come down a little bit. But it seems like Obama does not have critical baggage. Getting tighter. There it is. Haley clinging to an advantage. On a different site. Okay, we've got votes from another country. If another site has different county or municipality results, it's a possibility, but it should all catch up. I think New York Times is probably the place to be. Right, the results come in right before the shower. Doesn't that figure? Yeah, the Dems, not a lot of movement there, but I'm not sure exactly what the key locations are to follow. But I know Hillsborough County, that should be the most populated, but this is not even the county map. Um, Big D, Trump's got a chance. There it is. Look at that. It's narrowing. We're either talking about this or again with the spinner battle, but Haley, she's close to going under majority here. Polar opposite of Iowa, where they didn't call it right off the bat. Yeah, we've got action there. Trump is in the lead. He's probably ready to declare that this thing is over. Once he takes the lead, we don't need to see the rest of the results. Okay. A little bit more. Trump expanding his lead by 0.9%. Let's see. Has this spooked the market at all? No, not really. Trump's still at 91. So people are seeing these results come in and they have not panicked. So they're still thinking this is going to pan out for Trump. Now I could pull up the 2020 and the 2016 primary, then people might freak out and think that that's the results for now. But I do like to compare what some of the past results were. We could take a look at that a little bit later. Once we get more than 3% of the vote in, there's a little bit more of a dump for the Dems. Biden sinks a little bit. What have we got down here? Do we have the needle? Looks like there could be a needle, but there's no needle. Maybe a refresh might do it. Nope. No needle. I think we want the needle. The needle, it's kind of goofy, but it's fun. Okay, Haley sinking a little bit more. Okay. Family loves our former president. They voted for him in 20. It's a opportunity to vote for him. All right. Fair enough. Take 1,000,000 years to get 1K. Yeah, it did take a while. And then Haley, 1 vote lead in Johnson County last time in Iowa. You're close to New Hampshire. Southeast, focus on that. Okay. Does that extend through Concord here and Dover? In Manchester, I know that's going to be a significant area. Nikki Haley win by 1? Yeah, that would be brutal. Well, Haley was still leading when the first dump came in. We had a little bit in Concord, but she was in the lead still. But yeah, it was only for a few minutes. Now Trump opening up a 9.5 point lead, 8.5. He's gonna hit 10, I would imagine. All right. I wonder how many of these write-ins are not for Biden. That's the question. That'd be funny if somebody wrote in Dean Phillips. Johnson County, yeah. Haley, she can always say she got a county. Oops, that's the general election. All right. Haley gaining slightly. Wow, there are a lot. That's a lot to scroll through. We want to collapse that. Could make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So, thanks for showing up. Again, we got 23. It's more than we had in Iowa. Less than we had in the midterms. Or not the midterms, the 23 elections. So, yeah, let's get this stream going. Let's do the likes, the shares, subscribes. Unless somehow you're not a fan. If this is horrible for you, well, apologies. How do you think Boeing's feeling right now? Yeah, they probably, I don't know, they could have a backup plan for trying to not have Trump win the nomination, I guess. I did put out a community poll tab today about Ron DeSantis. Interesting reactions there. Some people completely hate him, just like a lot of these questions. Haley gaining a little bit now. Politics is extremely polarized. And I think I have a fairly decent range on the channel. Some people completely are on the fringe on one side or the other, far ends of the political spectrum. And yeah, it's good to get a balance. Okay, nice to hear from me again. Well, thanks. Nice for you to show up. Hopefully you were here last week. Some of the names, can't remember all the names. Some of the regulars I will, of course, remember. Right now, it narrowed up a little bit. But if we want to see what the markets are doing, okay, Trump is at 97 cents. So wherever people are betting, they're betting on Trump hardcore. Haley looks like she's completely done, according to this. Maybe it's wrong. But usually people that are actually betting, they know exactly what the margins should be in a lot of the counties or the precincts or the townships. Okay. Clean shaven? All right. Sounds good. You're The Rock is a Republican, then flip to Democrat. I honestly don't know. Yeah, The Rock was one of those kind of politically ambiguous types of celebrities. He seemed to kind of have a little bit of appeal from a wide range of people. But then I think once Trump got in there, Trump was supposed to be so horrible that somebody in the middle, like The Rock, had to kind of come out against him. Maybe that's not what happened. I don't really know what happened, but that's what I've got off the top of my head. All right, Trump now expanding a little bit. I don't know what the margin's going to be. It looked like Trump was going to win with maybe around 55% of the vote. Haley gaining slightly. Check on the Democrats. Dean Phillips rocking 23%. For one moment in the 30s. I think we're talking about when Trump was under 40% for a moment. Uh, where does Haley go from here if she somehow wins? Well, she's going to have to hope the establishment rallies behind her hard. The media attention, endorsements, donors, and that'd be her best bet. Because, yeah, she is trailing in the other states. Who do I think will win, Biden or Trump? Well, it's early, as I always say. Last prediction a couple months ago, I have Biden winning it. I'll probably put out another one for February. Um, but it's at least going to be kind of a toss up. Could go either way. Oh, the viewer count. Gotcha. Did we hit 30 this time? I guess there's a lot more interest here. I'm looking at 18 now, but a lot more interest in New Hampshire than Iowa. Maybe it's because we've got two contests to look at. Whoops. All right. And I'm going to take a 1-minute break. Be back in just a moment. All right. How is DeSantis still getting votes? Did he drop out? Yeah, but he's on the ballot. He met the qualifications. And right now he's under 1%. Nobody else with any votes. 9% of the vote in. The Democrats have 12%. And still, technically, Biden has no votes. But presumably, he's going to have 73.4. All right. You're going to sub? You're pretty new to the channel. Sounds good. Let's get as many subs and likes as we can. You know, a lot of people were new to the channel at one point. Coming up on 2 years of the channel. That'll be coming up in around Super Tuesday, which is early March. Might do a stream for that. That's what I would like to do, because I don't think there's going to be anything between now and then. The polls look right now, you wouldn't be surprised if they do a 2016. and be pretty inaccurate. Yeah, but the problem is if you're going to assume the polls are going to be inaccurate, you're kind of hanging everything on inaccurate polling, and that whatever you're seeing, you're just good. Or if you're assuming Trump would do way better than the polling, you're just assuming Trump is going to magically do X number of points better than the polls. And that could be true, but it just might not be true. It's really easy to criticize the polling in hindsight, and it was not great at all in 16 in the key states, the Rust Belt. Binkley, okay, we've got a little bit for Binkley now. This is way too many candidates. We'll look at that sporadically. All right. I think the Republican primary person is going to be Trump. And for the written votes on the Democratic side, might be Biden. Also, you just subscribed to the channel. Thanks a lot. Glad I could meet your expectations for political content. But it does look like it's going to be Trump and Biden here in New Hampshire. Binkley Mania. I haven't found Binkley much. Try to focus more on the well-known candidates, to put it nicely. Coin flip battle between Trump and The Rock. I used to do more of these a little bit kind of goofier coin flip battles. Not that that's totally goofy, but those videos also, they're kind of hit or miss. They're fun, but some people just don't care about them. They don't like them. And The Rock is not really active in politics, so I'm not sure if I want to get in on The Rock. Maybe I've done a hypothetical matchup with him in the past. It's a possibility. I've done a lot. Used to do some more outlandish ones. Small vote dump here for Haley, gaining 0.3%. Just got out of the shower. Trump is doing well. He doesn't have a 10-point lead, though. I thought he would probably get to 10 points, but he does have a lead here. And again, we will take a look at the market. We will refresh. Trump at 97. So according to that, it's a virtual lock for Trump. But will he have a 10-point margin? If Haley somehow, again, there's only 11% in, but if Haley came out of this with 46% of the vote, it would be interesting to see what she would do. Maybe she takes that as ammo in her campaign and keeps going. It's a vote of confidence for her. But I did have a poll out that asks if Haley is going to drop out before South Carolina. And I actually cannot even find the results. So I actually would like to see what the results were. Maybe it messed up. I don't know. Won't be surprised if Marianne drops out. Yeah, I don't think that would be a surprise. And how about Dean Phillips? Is Ryan Binkley crying because he couldn't beat a candidate that dropped out? I really don't know. Is Binkley known to be a crier? Kind of like John Boehner. Well, I do a lot of community poll tabs. Those get a huge range of results. Um, State polls tend to be around 10 point lead for either Biden or Trump. Doesn't seem likely. I mean, there are some close ones. I mean, again, here was some poll results. Biden up 3 in Virginia. He's up 9 in New York. And in Pennsylvania, this Susquehanna poll, this is the best poll I've seen for Biden in a long time. He's up 8, but David McCormick is only up 4 in the U.S. Senate election. Or Bob Casey over David McCormick is up 4 points. %17 of the vote in. Okay. Anything down here? All right. It'd be nice if they put in the estimated votes remaining. I don't know what the point of having this is if they're not going to use it. Okay, here we go. This is kind of a heat map where Trump and Haley are doing their best. Of course, the Dixville Notch, Haley, clean sweep. She's doing her best in Concord. Trump clinging to 53% of the vote. In Iowa last week, he got 51, I think. So it was close. And by close, I mean if he was going to crack 50. I don't know why they're not using this down here. Must be broken. So how much are the New Hampshire Democrats going to be mad at Joe Biden for trying to move their precious primary to South Carolina? It seems like they're probably going to be mad, but they're still going to vote for him. Chris Christie, 9 votes. And again, Doug Burgum, he's not going to run for a third term as North Dakota governor. That was some recent news. The wrong polls. I mean, there's all kinds of theories about the polls. Which ones are going to be accurate? Which ones are going to be over or underestimating Democrats or Republicans? You got to take it with a grain of salt. I frequently say that. I'm all about looking at the polls, but I mean, this is January. Even in April, I would say, don't put a lot of stock into it. A lot of people don't pay much attention to politics until toward the end. So this is going a little bit more incremental than Iowa. Iowa was crazy. It was called immediately for Trump. Less than 1% of the vote, and then there was a big delay. Then there was a huge vote dump. Okay, Trump take down 0.1. I didn't even see any votes come in. Lurkers, yeah, I would assume on any channel, on any stream, there's going to be far more lurkers. Ton more lurkers than non-lurkers. Okay, Haley, narrowing it up slightly there. Yeah, Trump nationwide has led a lot of polls, and that would be for the popular vote. And I think most of us know he could lose the popular vote by 2 or 3 points and still win the general election in the electoral college. New Hampshire will tilt R in the general. I mean, there's a possibility. To me, that's unlikely. But you never know. It's a long way away. But Chris Sununu is out as governor. There's going to be action there for the governor's election. I wonder if Phil Scott is going to run. Maybe he already announced and I missed it, but still waiting on that one. The other swing states are trending towards Trump. Yeah, I mean, even if this, it's not. It is concerning for Biden if Trump is leading a lot of these national polls and statewide polls this far out. It's concerning enough that Biden can't just do nothing. I know he's going to rely on Trump being scary during the general election. Maybe that's enough, but the polls always look at a variety of polls, but a lot of people want to just only focus on the ones that they're ahead in or that has their candidate ahead in. But you got to look at all of them. Take a look at the crosstabs sometimes. Once in a while, there's an outlier poll. Glenn Peters. I'm not sure if we're talking about Gary Peters, senator from Michigan, but unless that's one of these candidates here. Okay. What's going on here? Anything? Biden over 70%. If that holds, the community poll that I have on my community tab, that'll be the winner. 70% or more. Chris Christie, character from Sopranos. Yeah. I could see it. Come on, Haley. Okay. Pulling for Haley. She's at 45.6. She's hoping for an upset, hoping that these polls were not capturing the anti-Trump sentiment. Let's see. Ohio and Iowa, safe Republican. That's, I think they're closer to safe than to leans. I don't think I'm ready to put them at safe. I think that's a little bit too much for me. But they are potentially could go safe for Trump. But I'm usually pretty cautious. You want Biden and Trump to both lose. There's definitely a lot of people that are not a fan of this matchup. They don't want a rematch of Biden and Trump. So that is understandable. There are plenty of voters. They're exhausted with these two. Phillips winning Farmington. This will show me all of them, but I'm not seeing it on here. There's just way too many local areas. It's hard to follow this, look through them all. And we can take another look at the market, see if anything's changed. Trump now 98 cents. All right, what have we got? Marianne for the win. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but she is in this race. That's for sure. Phil Scott has not announced. Okay, yeah, we're still waiting on that. We're waiting on Scott. We're waiting to see if Bernie Sanders retires or not. Sopranos reboot. Not totally sure I follow some of these characters. Can't say I've seen a lot of Sopranos, but Jill Stein, okay. Green Party Jill Stein. Did she cost Hillary the election? That's the debate. I don't hear a lot of support for Jill Stein, so that's nice. Getting some different opinions here on the stream too. Do you think the final percentage will be? Are we talking about in the Republican primary for New Hampshire? I'm not if that's what we're talking about. Well, I'm not sure where some of this outstanding vote is going to benefit Trump or Haley, so I could not say that. But right now, Trump has a 8-point advantage. Doesn't look like it's going to be 15. Just joined. Thanks for showing up. How do the results compare to your expectations? Well, I don't have a whole lot of expectations. The most I could do is look at the aggregate polling. Seems like it's mostly in line. Here's the aggregate polling. And Trump is at 55.8. So I wasn't expecting something too far away from that. But it does look like Haley, at least as of right this second, Haley is doing better than the aggregate polling. So I would say with 16% of the vote in, I think Haley's overperforming. But again, there's so much vote out there. This could all go toward Trump. And according to the predicted market, it looks like Trump is basically going to completely coast to victory. Yeah, New Hampshire. I like Iowa with the county map. That I think is easier to follow because New Hampshire's not the biggest state, and there's all the municipalities are. It's not as easy as the Iowa map, but they do have a steady stream of votes coming in. I think that's we can give them credit on actually keeping it going. So the Dems are at 25. The GOP is at 18% of the vote in. What swing state is Biden most likely to win in November? Probably well, I would think Michigan, but or Pennsylvania. I mean, that's not really breaking any new ground. Some of the polls have shown Trump with a clear lead in Michigan, which is a little surprising to me. And the one today we saw, the Susquehanna poll, shows Biden up 8 in Pennsylvania. So those are going to be the close ones. I would think Biden is a little bit more favored in those states, but who knows? There's so much time left. What percent would Haley have to get for you to attribute her loss to DeSantis' sudden dropout? Well, since he was polling at about 8%, I guess you could make an argument that if she did 36 and a half plus 8, 44 and a half. I suppose that's one way to look at it. But I do wonder how much of the DeSantis vote is going to go to Trump or to Haley. I think it would be some kind of a split. I don't think it would be all Trump or all Haley. I don't even know. It could be fairly even. Will Trump or Biden not attend the presidential debate? There is a chance, given how the trend of not debating has kind of been a thing. It could happen. I'm sure if Trump does not get the right forum he wants with neutral enough moderators, he could not debate. But they really got to debate. I mean, of course, the networks want that because of the there's going to be a lot of money in that. All those viewers, but I think the voters, as much as they're tired of these two, I think you got to have a debate. I'm sure Trump wants to debate though, because I think he is banking on Biden looking a little bit too out of step in a debate. You meant to say Virginia? Not sure what that is referring to. Percentage. Would Donald Trump have to get in order to win Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin in each of those states? Well, I mean, he probably does not need to win. He probably doesn't need to hit 50% if that's what we're talking about, because there's going to be some third party vote. And again, if there is RFK, if there's no labels, then there's no way to predict that. He maybe could win with 39% of the vote. Who knows? But he doesn't necessarily, neither of them necessarily need to win 50%, I don't think. So Trump now almost at a 10-point advantage with 17% in here in New Hampshire. Biden, he's got the unprocessed write-in total. He's at 73.9. Dean Phillips is at 21.2. And if we look at the polling for the Democrats in New Hampshire, Phillips was at about 15, 10, 15, 18, somewhere in that mid-teens range. So it looks like he's overperforming as of now. By the end of the night, it might be completely not surprising at all. All right. You wonder if Biden will actually improve in the polls as Trump is forced to speak more, not just to his base, but the nation as a whole. I think his relative silence up until now has helped him. Well, that depends on how you want to look at it. I mean, I think Trump is out there. He's not out there. He's given speeches. I'm always getting some headline about Trump in some interview or some rally or speech that he said this or that. So I think he is out there. Now, voters might be uninterested in what he has to say in the general election. I think a lot of voters might say they want to see Biden out there. especially because last time in 2020 during COVID, Trump was out there a ton. Biden, not so much. I think Trump is favored Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. North Carolina, yeah, that's not, I would agree with that probably, but you never know. It was a narrow result last time. It's not completely in the bag when it's that narrow. You got to have some caution. Biden is favored in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, especially Minnesota. Oh, yeah. Minnesota should be off the table theoretically. Maybe it does finally trend harder toward the right. Maybe it gets near where it got in 2016, but probably not. Yeah, Nevada, that's going to be a tough one too. It's going to be extremely close because we don't know who the candidates are going to be. We don't know about Kennedy, West, Stein, the Libertarians. No labels. It's hard to predict. It'll get easier, I think, in several months, but it's difficult right now. Kind of sounds a bit niche, but what county is likely going to flip in the general election for either candidate? What county is going to flip? Hmm. I would have to pull up my 2020 map. Take a look at those narrow counties again. I did put up a video the other day about the pivot counties. So I would guess one of those counties that were very narrow. It's a possibility. But there's going to be most likely in the Rust Belt. We'll see what happens. Some of the polls, let's see. We'll continue the 306 to 232 streak. That streaks are fun. Some of the polls are showing Trump with an advantage. In the states you mentioned, I've been watching the states closely. Trump is taking advantage of every single one of them, except for PA. Well, I don't know how you would define taking advantage of. And, even if Biden or Trump was up by 10 points in all these polls right now, I would take a look at them. But I would also say, let's just wait till we actually get toward the election. Biden does look weak right now, but there's a lot of people that are going to come out to vote against Trump. So be prepared for different outcomes. Minnesota trending left or right. Yeah, that state, it seems like it's perpetually blue. It's one you'd think might trend more toward the Republicans, but hasn't really committed to that yet. I mean, some of those rural counties, yeah, they have moved toward the right. 25 people. That's great. Thanks for showing up. If you just stopped in, like, share, and subscribe. We've got the New Hampshire primary. Trump ahead by almost 10 points on the Republican side. 54. Haley under 45. For the Democrats, we've got unprocessed write-ins. That's going to be Biden. He's at 73.8. Dean Phillips, he's pulling in over 21%. And Williamson down at 4.6. 23% of the vote in for the Democrats and 18 for the Republicans. And now we have the needle, the meter, whatever you want to call it. Here it is. It's back. So Trump is at 92% chance of winning, which is pretty likely, whatever that means. and they're estimating Trump up by 12. He could win by 28, or Haley could win by 4 in theory. So, ton of vote out here. And I guess it would look like Trump should do better if if the bigger dots are more Trump vote they're estimating. And here's the heat map basically. Trump 72% in Farmington. 95% of the vote in Concord. Haley gets it 52 to 45. Okay, now we've got all this. This is what we want to see. So, looks like it's almost a lock for Trump. 92% chance of winning. Haley at 8. So, interesting results. And let's go back to the comments. It will be very difficult to see who is going to be our next president. Sure. Trump's age is starting to show. I mean, I'll probably see more of him as the campaign goes on, but I mean, he's not a young man anymore, but I think he's got enough energy and he's just going to contrast himself with Biden. But he could be losing a step also. I mean, it's going to happen late 70s. You're glad you got to come to this live stream, yeah. Gotcha, live stream. Part of your work to get this live stream started for New Hampshire. You love politics. You make them a lot of fun. That now coming from you, I know that's true because of the battles. I'm sure there's some people who don't watch a third of my videos because I do a huge variety. They're not all for everybody. I try to keep it a nice mix, polls, predictions, different kinds of games. Used to do more commentaries, but dives, deep dives. All right. They don't have the needle for the Democrats. So it looks like this is called. That must have just happened a minute ago when I was down there. But Trump, it's called from the AP. Trump wins New Hampshire. He's 2 for 2 in the Republican primary contests. Yep. Boo. Sorry about that. But I don't know if you were really that shocked. But there's still things to take a look at, the margins. It seems like the pace has kind of slowed up here. We're sitting at 18, and there's been not a lot of action here. So, I wonder if Trump is going to make a speech soon. Is Haley? Who knows? But we'll be hanging around here. We'll see what happens with the results. Last time we did about 4.5 hours for Iowa. Today we're at an hour and a half. We're over an hour and a half. So far, nothing really out of the ordinary. DeSantis, who dropped out, he's at 0.6. That was going to be hard to guess what he was going to get. I could have pictured him getting one or two, but maybe he only gets zero point 0.6. If DeSantis second place in Iowa, then dropping out, that's that's kind of hilarious. But he saw he had no chance in New Hampshire, so he's going to go back to Florida. He's going to be the governor. You took your medicine right after the projection for Trump. Going to bed in an hour. I'll try to stay on it as long as you can. Sounds good. Oh, did the Iowa projection get called at the same time? Okay. So I'm sure there's a lot of lurkers. We do have 20 people. We've dipped down slightly. Maybe there will be a super chat for today. That in Iowa, not much, but maybe New Hampshire is where the magic is. Yeah, I bet some people don't realize DeSantis dropped out. There's always going to be some people who aren't following politics day to day, maybe even week to week. So back in 2020, here it is Biden, 52.7. I wonder if it's going to be more to the left or the right this time. Because when the Senate election in the midterms, that did not go well for the GOP. Don Bolduc got kind of wiped out there. But the polling was not, the polling was a little close. That's why you can't really go by the polling. You got to look at it. How long is Haley going to last till she drops out? Did that, I had a poll in this chat about that. Did that, I can't find it now. I had that here like for the last day. It should be closed. But I can't see it. I don't know. I'll have to look at that later. Um, Trump gaining 1/10. Small vote dump. Yeah, I don't know. But is Haley going to drop out after this? If she does, then it's basically a complete concession from anybody in the establishment that they're conceding it. It's Trump, and that's it. So she might want to hang around just as a backup option. Maybe something happens with Trump's trials. It's a possibility. Biden losing a little bit there. A lot more total votes for the Republicans. Democrats with a quarter of the vote in are at 24,000. Republicans over 57,000 with under 20%. You're voting in the Florida primary in March with your sister, okay? Trump keeps doing that. Okay, the polls, all right, the magic, gotcha. Oh, there it is. 69% say no. I don't know why it's not showing me. It showed me the one last time. How many votes are in that? Is it at least like 30 votes? Kentucky governor's race. Can't believe the governor did extremely well. Bashir in the recent election a few months ago, yeah. It seemed like he was going to win. He did win. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at the poll later. For some reason it's nowhere to be found. 69 votes. Gotcha. And 69%? Oh, but also 40% says she will drop out. So not 69%? 61 and 69. Okay, this is a lot of numbers. Here we go. We've got a call here on the Democrat side. Biden wins with now we're getting his actual write-ins process. He only has 1.2% of the vote, but this is projected to go to Biden, which of course is not a surprise at all. So we've got two calls. And we're just down to the margins. Williamson at 4.7. Vermin Supreme. He is actually on here. He got 45 votes so far. What about here? Ryan Binkley. Some people mention him. He's got 17 votes. Glenn McPeters. Oh, is that the guy who we were talking about earlier? Perry Johnson, 0. Tim Scott, 2. DB, Doug Burgum, 9 votes. Okay, Haley and Darrell get slightly again, but doesn't look like anything's going to happen. That's crazy. We've got the polls, Trump at 99 in the market. And I like how Haley is like not even on here anymore. She's just gone. She's way down here. Nice. I don't think Nikki is gonna do a lot of rioting. I would say I'd bet against that one. Powell County, 1 vote. Might be talking about Binkley still. Sometimes I lose track trying to do the comments. Asa Hutchinson. Yeah, you got 219 votes. 0.4. Nikki would be hurting Trump in the general by not dropping out. Every second, there is still a contention. In the primary is less money, time, and effort going towards fighting Biden. Well, I mean, this is still happening. We got to see what happens, but you never know if she might want to sabotage Trump. Maybe. Some people think the exact opposite. They hope she stays in, sabotages Trump, and Biden wins it. Nah, Jeb. No call for Jeb yet. Oh, you're talking about your county in Kentucky. All right. Now back to that. That's why you're mentioning the Kentucky governor's election. Powell County. Okay. Well, I at least know what you're talking about now. So it's nice to have people stop by, whether you're lurking or active. We're doing another stream. This is almost certainly going to be the last stream till at least early March for Super Tuesday. I don't even know what's going to happen with that, but Jeb, exclamation mark. A lot of vote remaining. This vote really slowed up. This is now we've hit like a real lull in the action. It was going up incrementally, but it kind of dried up here. All right. Jeb. Jeb providing some material for the chat. You gonna get off soon? Okay. Yeah, brush your teeth. That's a good idea. Yeah, I glad you made it. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself adequately. Thing about Minnesota, from before, where you're not sure about it, which way it's going to trend, or something like that. Maybe I missed a comment. That's a possibility. But if it was about the trends in Minnesota, it's a weird state. Who's more likely to win in a landslide? That's a weird question. That is really, I don't know. I can't picture a landslide either way, so it's kind of just, I'm just making it up. I suppose, I don't know. The extreme scenario I can picture is if there's a lot of baggage with Trump. He gets multiple convictions and he gets everybody coming out against him. And there's all kinds of allegations and Biden has a pickup in the economy. Then I can picture Biden winning in a landslide. But on the flip side, I guess if Biden just really started to decline more mentally and the economy was tanking still, then maybe Trump could win in some kind of a landslide. But that's all a complete stretch. Watch CNN. Okay. Former Buffalo Bill. I'm not okay. I'm not sure who we're exactly talking about, but Buffalo, their season's over, by the way. Okay, let's go back here. You're gonna watch another video tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I should probably also have another video out. Put one out every day. Have a nice McAuliffe Trump matchup today. I knew that kind of video was gonna get a split reaction, but or people disagreeing. That's fine. All I can do is put down what I think. So now Trump's range is winning by 1/100% to 23. Yeah, let's get this vote in. Let's count it. Show the people the results. We want to know. All right. Okay, are we back up? I'm not sure if we're back up. All right, we might be back up now. Big time apologies on that. That, right in the middle of a stream, you have your internet decide to go out for 10 minutes. Very disappointing. But, we're back into it. I don't even know what I was saying. So, I didn't want to just end it there. I had to come back. So, I don't know what I was saying. Who do I think is running in 2028? Let's start there. Whitmer? Probably Whitmer, Shapiro. They're at least going to be in the conversation. But let's see, what happened to the results? Not much change. We're still having a slow trickle come in. Biden and Trump leading. Trump is at almost 53. Nikki Haley's at 46. Yeah, sorry about that internet snafu. I mean, I guess it's going to happen once in a while, but we're back at it. Even though there's probably not a whole lot left. Still waiting to see the margins here for Trump. And for Biden, he's looking at the write-in total. Probably going to be at about 73%. Dean Phillips, 20.7. All right. Yeah, if you stuck around through an outage, you're dedicated. I'll give you that much. Um, let's see. Party candidate sandbag? Oh, third party candidate sandbag. Well, third party that could be anybody. Let me get caught up here. 6 delegates. Let's see. Okay, Haley was 6. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Screen glitched. Yeah, we got through it. It's just a speed bump. Now we're back to all the politics. Hopefully, if people will come back because now we're only at 5% or five viewers. We took a hit there on the downtime. 4 down to 4. Oh no. So we got a quarter of the vote in here for the Republicans. A third in for the Democrats. And not sure what else we're waiting on. Wasn't there an election for Bridgeport, Connecticut mayor? Isn't that also possibly happening around this time? And the market, there's really nothing to look at in the market. Trump at 99. It's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next day or two. Is Haley going to decide she can't do it, or is she just going to hang around for another month, maybe put something together? Is Trump going to just come out with a running mate? He could. There's all that excitement around that. There's none of that for the Democrats. I mean, they're going to say they have the ultimate ticket already, Biden and Harris, but there's not a lot of people saying that. There's no unknowns unless somehow Biden dumped Harris, which we don't think is going to happen. But Trump, there's going to be some excitement there. Who's he going to pick? What's going to happen? And now this thing really dried up. Get your questions in now, as we've hit a after a downtime, we lost everybody almost. What states are going to vote on Super Tuesday? Not all of them off the top of my head, but there's a bunch. And I know California is one of them, and they're going to have their primary for the Senate. That's going to be exciting. And then there's a bunch more. It's probably on one of these tabs somewhere. Here we go. Some big states here. If you're talking about Super Tuesday, a couple caucuses in there. But before that, we've got Nevada. Doesn't look like anything's going to happen there. South Carolina, that's in about a month. I would guess Haley could hang around and say that if she does not put something together in the next month and she can't win her home state, then at some point, the show is over. New Hampshire is the most beautiful state on the East Coast. Fair enough. There's going to be disagreement there, I'm sure. Plenty of states over there. They have some nice coastline. So this write-in vote is really slow. It's 427 votes. I hope it picks up, because at this rate, this is going to drag on. I don't know why we're still at 26 for the Republicans. Like, there's all this vote that's out there. We had it coming in. It was trickling in. And then it kind of dried up just in time for the stream to go down. So yeah, I don't know what else there is to take a look at. So I think we're going to have a nice month to see what happens. I would guess Haley would be pressured to not drop out, because then there's nobody. So Trump still, he's estimated to win by 12, but it could be up to 23. It could be as little as basically 1/100%. This map is really filling in slowly. This has turned into a snail's pace. So yeah, hopefully people come back into the chat. We had 20, 30 people at one point. But I had to have an internet outage. But this is all done. This is Trump's won it. Biden has won it. And that's it. The only thing left is the margins. All right, well, with this slow of a pace, I can read probably all the comments fairly quickly. If his residency and job were in Wilmington, I don't think that would be carpetbagging. That, I'm not sure who we're talking about. Well, I've glanced over the stats. It actually, the first bit of it didn't have a lot, but it was kind of steadily hanging on up until it dropped because of my internet. But it's fine. I could have called it quits. I could have said, okay, whatever. But I'm going to come back. I'm going to finish this up. Don't know how long we're gonna go, but it's always nice chatting with some new people. Do I see your comment on? Well, if it's not on this, and if I didn't read it already, then I did not see it yet. So, not sure. It could be on a different video, then I probably have not seen it. And yeah, there's nothing exciting again. It's another stream where there's more than Iowa, but I think we Super Tuesday, if there's still contests happening, and there'll at least be that California U.S. Senate primary. That should be interesting. There's probably some other ones. All right, if you're gonna take off, well, that's fine. Hope hopefully you had a nice night, and apologies on the stream going down, but we're back at it. And yeah, there's no shame in taking off. This is pretty much over. I don't know how many other people are even going to be streaming right now, given this thing is called. If you're just a margin fanatic, that's the only thing left to see. Will there be a South Carolina stream if Haley is still in it? I don't. It's too far off. It's hard for me to predict that far out, and it's much less significant than Super Tuesday. I would bank more on Super Tuesday, but it all depends on what I've got going on and all that. We'll see what happens. But then also it depends, these last week's stream and this stream. There's some people hanging out. That's great, but it's not as big of a stream as the 23 midterms, or not the midterms, the 23 elections. That we had some good amount of people, good amount of interaction. I'm sure for the general election, then it's going to be relatively packed in here. Let's go back to the Republicans. And yeah, this has turned into a real slow pace, 28%. And we're coming up on 2 hours since the polls closed. We're over 2 on the stream, but are you a fan of the stream? Are you hoping there's a South Carolina stream? Sounds like that's a yes. The general election, yeah. Were you around for the elections in 23 in November? But which is why you mentioned Wilmington earlier, because of his comment. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need more context. Apologies if I'm behind on the current conversation here. Have I ever had to put part of a stream on? Had to put part of a stream on, I assume on hold because I was too busy. I haven't done that many streams, but I try to keep it so I will not be busy. So I haven't had to hold up anything directly. Whatever I need to do in the background, I try to take care of it. But okay, things are interesting. Sure, yeah, but another boring primary. I mean, even if there was no primary, once the channel theoretically gets big enough, I should just get on here just to hang out, talk about the state of politics and whatever else for the diehard fans. But yeah, I mean, as far as This primary, yeah, not a whole lot of action here. Biden now over 1,000 votes in the raw total. I wonder what I really don't know what they do if somebody just writes in Joe or Joe B. I don't know what they do. I'm seeing that comment about not seeing your comments. I've seen them. I just haven't seen something about Delaware or if whatever Wilmington. That I'm not seeing. I mean, maybe the stream's still glitched out slightly, but I'm seeing whatever I'm seeing. Yeah, maybe this thing broke. I refreshed. Not a lot more I could do. Oh, okay. Here we go. Is Biden a carpetbagger due to his birthplace of Scranton? If he ran in Delaware for Senate, well, not really, because a lot of people are born in any state or any city and they don't grow up there. You can't necessarily represent the state you were born in. Now, if Biden just moved to Delaware 6 months before he ran for the Senate, yeah, that's going to be carpetbagging, or at least there's a reasonable case for it. But I mean, you can't always run where you were born. I mean, a lot of people move. There's just no way around it. Well, now we've got the poll results. All of a sudden, that pops up. 82 votes. No, Haley is not going to drop out before South Carolina. 37 say yes. Well, that's kind of funny. That just showed up, at least for me. Maybe it did not show up for everybody else. Joby One Kenobi. Nice. Yeah, that. What? What can you do? It's crazy when you're dealing with write-ins. You watch most of my videos. You try to catch the streams. You're a diehard fan. Thanks for the content. Thanks a lot. I Yeah, I don't recognize. I'm not sure if you comment on the other videos, but hey, that's a nice compliment. Glad you're enjoying the content, even if it's not every video, but sounds good. William Roth, born in Montana. There you go. A lot of people are born in different states and then they move. Sometimes it's as an adult. Al Franken, he won that Minnesota Senate election. There was talk about him being a carpetbagger at the time. It's a very narrow election. Hamburger. Depends how you cook it, I guess. Now we're back up to 9 people. That's a small recovery from a complete outage. That's a shame when that happens. Hopefully, we don't get that on the general election or even in any other streams. 31% in for the Republicans. Trump at 53.5. Nikki Haley, 45.5. Ron DeSantis, 0.6. And all these other candidates, even Darius Mitchell has 3 votes. I would think all these people should at least get 1 vote because they would vote for themselves or some family member would vote for them, theoretically. The general election there's gonna be a lot of action. It's gonna be real hard to keep up. It's gonna be bouncing back and forth between the Senate, the House, the president, maybe ballot measures. all the key states. It's going to be hard to do the comments and the stream, but that's going to be insane, especially if we don't get the results right away. If it takes days and it's close, that could be a problem. %38 in. Yeah, you'd like to think you've got at least one family member that would support you on the ballot, but I would also think you'd vote for yourself. Newsom. Imagine how he feels for this. I don't want to totally read into the intent there. Now Biden's unprocessed write-ins, they're trickling down. I wish they had the needle for the Democrats so we can see what the estimated margin is going to be, but does not look like any surprises. Hey, DeSantis, he ticked up. Look at that, 0.1%. 96,000 votes for the Republicans, only 37 for the Democrats. Hopefully we can get the stream back up to full capacity. Let's get it back up. Let's hit 30 again somehow. I think we hit 30. I'll have to look later, but I know there's a lot of bigger streams out there, but must be something about this channel that you would prefer over the other channels. Okay. And I have not seen if anybody has made a speech or put out a statement. Has Trump or Haley or Biden, have they said anything? I'm trying to keep it right here on the results. I did not see a Tom Carper comment. That is, I did not see it. Newsom's mother and father left California and moved to Florida and gave $5,000 to DeSantis. You know, I might have heard about that. It sounds vaguely familiar. But I didn't see anything about Tom Carper, who is retiring. No more Carper. The voice. I've gotten some voice comments. Who wouldn't love a voice comment? Soothing, soft, however you want to put it. Sometimes it just depends how you're sitting in your chair also. You're a fan for this stream? Would have got 25 viewers instead of 25,000. Yeah, you think someday we get to 25,000? How much effort would that take to get 25,000 people in here? Yeah, I did not see a Tom Carper comment. You know, if I'm guessing the stream going down has affected that a little bit. Maybe I'm missing like every 5 comments. But did these poll results also pop for everybody else like 10 minutes ago? It popped for me. And I was wondering what it was too. So we've got a note here. Haley won Hanover. 86-13, a stark illustration of Trump's weakness among college graduates. Okay. So Trump week with college grads. That seems to be a theme. And yeah, I mean, if I wasn't doing a stream, I don't know how much I would be sitting on anybody else's stream at this point. Not that you should leave, but there's not much else to look at. And the count has just really slowed down. Um, yeah, I have no idea why I'm not seeing certain key comments that from you. Maybe it's other people. If anybody else has typed in a comment in the chat, I I didn't see it. Um, Mr. Beat will give me a shout out instead of LTE. Mr. Beat, yeah, not to be confused with Mr. Beast. That happened before. Yeah, are these guys streaming? I don't know. Maybe they're streaming right now. Maybe they're not. I don't know what they're up to. The unbiased. Yeah, a lot of people tend to say that. Some people see one or two videos and they say, well, this is completely biased. It's like, well, there's going to be some, and especially on certain issues or certain videos, it's unavoidable. But I try to cover all perspectives as I see them. I don't think it would be really fun to just get on here and root for or against somebody the whole time. I don't know. Anybody could do that. It's not really exciting for me doing that. Going back to Bernie retiring, yeah, I did mention that a little bit. We don't know if he is unless he announced today. It's time for him to rest. He's done well. Presidency would have been nice. He's the reason why progressive wing is growing in the House. I I thought about this earlier. I would think I'd be a little bit more inclined to think Bernie is going to hang it up and retire, but who knows? I mean, he's in his 80s, but he might be looking at Chuck Grassley and say he can do that. But yeah, okay, we got some Bernie support. Haley, yeah. Apparently, it's expected to narrow, or the Trump's lead is expected to widen. Haley's total is expected to decrease a little bit, according to the needle. You came back just to agree. Great voice. Well, thanks a lot. That I mean, that's a surefire way to get me to agree with you. But how do the other channels, do they have not great voices? Is it Does anybody have noticeably like unpleasant voices? I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of other people's content in a while, focusing on my own stuff. Advocate for Mr. Beat to collab with you. Or do you get on his channel frequently and comment? And is he streaming, by the way? I probably could check myself, but I don't know. I don't know what he would think of a small channel, but it is. I do like doing my own thing, but maybe collaborating is something that should happen. Um, some of the voices for political YouTube, they're grating or harsh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some people can't help it. That's just how they sound. But I mean, the goal is always to sound presentable and effective when doing a video. But again, some days you just sound different. You just, that's how it goes. 40% for the Dems now. This is really slow. So yeah, we got to see if Haley is gonna make an appearance. Is she gonna give a speech? We know Trump is gonna claim total victory. There's no question about that. And it is surprising if Haley is in the polls in her own state. Now, granted, that was with a few more candidates. She's not winning it. That is embarrassing. And there's some hardcore Haley fans. There's some hardcore anti-Haley fans. You're speak softly and carry a big stick type of guy. People don't want to agree, or they don't want to believe you're capable of raising your voice. Some people do have that. And then it can be really scary if you ever do completely unload someday. What are we up? We're back up to 14. And this primary is pretty much over. But 14 people. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning back in, because we did go down earlier. So maybe you're back from before the outage. Maybe you're just stopping by. Maybe you were already on another stream and you decided to make the rounds. Either way, it's good stuff. We've got Trump pretty much locked in here for a win in New Hampshire. Same with Biden with the write-in votes. Dean Phillips, 20.5. And Marianne Williamson is not even on this short list anymore. That's that's a shame, but she's at 4.4. So 33% for the GOP, 40% for the Democrats. And it seemed like we were on a roll at one point. It seemed like we're getting the count coming in. Then it stopped. And now, after the outage, it's barely moving. It's very slow. And now it's 2 hours after the polls have closed. Or maybe it's 3 hours after. No, it's 2 hours. Yeah, the stream did go down. Had a, the internet, it's going to do its thing. Right when you want it to stay up, it's going to decide to go down. So that happened. But we're back at it. Teddy Roosevelt quote: "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you realize that I have been shot comes to mind when hearing the phrase speak soft and carry a big stick." Okay. That quote I'm not sure about. I can't say I'm a Teddy Roosevelt expert. That might be a Mr. Beat kind of a thing. But to speak softly, carry a big stick. That one I think a lot of people know. If Nikki Haley won the GOP nomination, who would be her running mate? Um, Yeah, that's something to think about. Probably, I don't know. She can't really pick Tim Scott from her, both from the home state. You can't really do that for the both of them being from the home state. And also, that would be pointless. Two South Carolina people. I don't know. I think she'd probably dig deep to someone who is establishment friendly, but not completely, just to hope to win over the Trump voters. Could be somebody like Glenn Youngkin. I think that would be kind of pointless, but or she could pick. Oh yeah, actually I forgot Chris Sununu. That is the guy I thought about last week for this. I think Sununu is actually probably the who I would think is the most ideal pick for Haley. Completely forgot about that. It seems to make sense. Haley announced she would drop out after New Hampshire results are finalized. It really? Okay, well, we need confirmation on that because I don't think I'm going to check myself, but that's going to be big news if she does. Then this primary is pretty much over. Then we're going to kind of shift into general election mode. I don't know how much action there would be for Super Tuesday then. The California primary, that's going to be something for sure. Probably a couple other races. We could go back to that. Here's the schedule. I'm not sure if some of these states have their other statewide primaries also on Tuesday, Super Tuesday, because California does, but some states don't do it all yet. Because I know we want to see the North Carolina primary for governor, and there's going to be plenty more, I'm sure. Okay, Biden now up to 5.6. Okay, I think we're back to Teddy Roosevelt from his Milwaukee rally in 1912 when he ran as a progressive nominee. He got shot with his speech papers stopping the bullet. He said that quote and then spoke for another hour and a half. Interesting. I can't say that I have not heard that. Now that you lay it out there, that might be one of those presidential fun facts that I heard at some point a while ago, but never locked it in. Or maybe it's just me. Oh, she won't. I'm sorry. Okay. Wow, I completely, totally botched that one. I was still thinking about her picking Sununu for a running mate. So she won't drop out. Okay. We'll see what happens. It's going to be potentially crazy. 35% in. I assume Trump has declared victory or he's given his speech or something. So we're down to, we got 10 people. Hopefully we can get 10 likes and subscribes. Gotta try to boost the stream. It would be nice for one, just one super chat in this one, just to end that drought, end the drought of no super chats. So yeah, I don't know where Haley goes from here. If she's not going to drop out, I mean, we're looking at Nevada, but doesn't look like she's doing anything there. And there's not going to be any debates. And now Trump is, if she doesn't drop out, Trump is just gonna he's gonna laser in on her, and it's gonna be crazy because the only thing between Trump and the nomination then would be Nikki Haley, theoretically. Okay. Trump's trial goes ahead as planned. Starts the day before Super Tuesday, which in some states could shift some margins last minute. Yeah, I wasn't exactly aware of Trump's schedule there for the trials, but that could happen. And Haley has a narrow path where everything collapses for Trump. But I mean, we've already seen everything happen. We've seen the indictments, and Trump really just kind of shook it off. So I don't know what Haley is really going to do, given she's 0 for 2. Now, Trump is not totally blowing her out here. He's not getting 75%. But it's basically a one-on-one matchup, and Trump looks like he's got the bragging rights. Doesn't look like any of the areas that are living nearby have counted votes yet. Yeah, there's so much of this is empty. Like, what is the holdup? This is completely scattered and just not very exciting. So I don't know I'm not sure what Haley is gonna, what case she's gonna have. I mean, she comes out 0 for 2, and voters so far they don't want her. She got in third in Iowa. So is she really gonna say, vote for me when she couldn't win anything yet? She's gonna try to get more probably high profile, maybe celebrity endorsements, but I don't think that's gonna help. There's some Haley fans out there, but a lot of people are just tired of Haley. They don't want that era back. But Trump did pick her for UN ambassador. So he's not blameless for his associations with Haley. Okay. Trial is March 4th. But is that like when is that like a hearing date? Is that when there's different points in a trial? I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen on that date. SCOTUS could disrupt that for having Trump's trial the day before Super Tuesday. I guess they could do anything. 43%. I wish this was a little bit more exciting. This is kind of on par with Iowa. Iowa was easier with the county map, but I don't know why it's taking a long time. I get the write-ins for the Democrats, but they're ahead of the Republicans, who don't have the write-ins. All right, you're near Salem. You're up there in New Hampshire. Derry are usually Trump country, which makes it weird crossing the border from Massachusetts. Okay. Is that not sure what the margins are in those places. Here's Derry zero in 7,000 votes. That's a good chunk, but we got nothing there. I mean, look at all these zeros. This is not fun to see a slew of zeros here. And look how slow this has been. It's taken over 2 hours just to get a third of the vote in. Yeah, I think I have had a request for that at some point. I can't remember who said that, but I've heard I should do a matchup with that. And there's, I mean, what are you gonna say with that? You know, I mean, are those I'm guessing those are the top political channels for independent type YouTubers. I haven't seen much in a while, so I'm not sure what they've got going on, but KLT wins independence. Red Eagle convinces his subscribers that he could tilt California, Illinois, and New Mexico red. Hmm. Is he overestimating Trump's dominance for the general election? Oh, the poll. Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right. Some polls did close a little later, but even considering that, I guess I'd like to see more than this. I mean, at this rate, this is going to go on for another couple of hours at least. It seems like. So yeah, the other I'm assuming the other streams are up. I could check, but it's always I don't know, kind of daring to come onto a channel with 10 or 20 or 10 or 20 viewers and watch that stream over whatever they might have. Could be thousands. But yeah, 9 people now. I think that outage combined with the race being called, I think they kind of sealed this thing. Okay. Slow trickle for Biden, counting the write-ins. And there's not a lot of fun facts on the side here from New York Times. We just got this one here 30 minutes ago about college grads. Maine second likely for Biden in 24. Really? I mean, is that like a okay? Maine's first to be likely for Biden. So I assume that's serious. I don't know. I'm sure he laid out his reasons, but yeah, I don't think I've ever had Maine's first go down to likely, even in the best case scenario for Trump. But if he's right, hey, he's going to look like a hero. I'm sure there's probably a bunch. There's got to be a big fan base for Red Eagle politics. I mean, the subscribers are way more than this channel. I'm assuming he's got the loyal, diehard fans. It's probably easier to just go all in on one side. Yeah, you're gonna put off a lot of people, but you're gonna get probably an easier time getting a fan base going. At least that's what I think, given how the progress here has been kind of slow. Yeah, Maine's first. That should be over 10 for any Democrat. But Maine at large, I know I did a video about the Maine poll about a couple of weeks ago, maybe less than that, last week. And it did show it close, showed a 1 point lead for Biden, but they were both in the mid 30s. I don't think that's going to happen. But back in 16, Trump lost Maine, but it was by I think it was a lean margin. I think it was about 5 points or so. I'd have to double check, but I know might have even been down to 4. It was under 6. That seems to be what I can remember. Those 2020 predictions were Trump. Wait, which shifted? I'm not sure what that's about, but his predictions were Trump 320. Every candidate except Yang, where he said Yang was 280-ish. I don't know. I don't know what goes through other people's minds. They might think that that's happening, or they might not think that, but they know that that's going to help them get some reception for the channel. It's hard to say. And I'm sure on the other side, there's people saying Trump cannot win, and Biden's going to get Missouri down to a lean for Trump. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of stuff. 39% in now. Trump with 11 delegates. Haley with 6. All right. You want a little bit more unbiased? Yeah. I mean, just a little, right? Doesn't have to be overwhelming. It's tough to do political videos and not get accusations of bias. I mean, I've gotten it in all different directions. It's just unavoidable. But you don't let it get to you. I mean, just because you put out one video thinking one thing will happen doesn't mean that that's what you want to happen. It doesn't mean that anything. It just means that's what your prediction is. Doesn't mean you support it. One point at Biden versus Trump, 350 electoral votes. Yeah, I mean, if that wasn't a best case scenario video or a based on the polls video, then yeah, that's going to be too unreasonable for me. But, sometimes I'll put out a best case scenario. Sometimes I'll do the results based on the polls. And sometimes there's a landslide in there. But if your legitimate prediction is not going to be a toss-up at this point, I mean, you could have it leaning one way or the other. I get it. But for me, it's a toss-up. Now, if we get 6 months down the road and, Trump is leading all these polls could be a different story then. But if Biden comes back and all of a sudden he's pulling ahead in Georgia again, or even competitive in Georgia, then might be going to Biden. Okay, the delegates 12 to 10 or 13 to 9. Okay, I can't even read all that comment for some reason, but and again, here's 2020. Biden winning the state by more than 5 points. It's a 7 point win. Now, here's the old results. Here's 2016, or this is 2020, the Republican primary. Trump got 85.6, 22 delegates. And back in 2016, Trump won the state with 35% of the vote. And he nearly swept everything in a crowded field. There were 5 candidates over 10 points in that election. On the other side, Bernie, he knocked off Hillary there. Now here's 2016. This was the nail biter. There was a lot of third-party vote. Gary Johnson polling in 4.1. But Hillary won this thing by under 3,000 votes. And it didn't seem like it was going to be that close. Could it happen again? Maybe. Okay, 3 minutes ago, in the towns that have reported all or most of their votes, Republican turnout is 12% higher than in 2016. Okay. 350 was his early COVID prediction. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's bringing him into views. He's maybe that's it. I don't know. No idea. I don't know what his stream is like. Maybe there's thousands of people in there. They're all having a great time, maybe. I don't know. It's going okay. Thanks for stopping by. You think Biden will win New Hampshire? 52 to 44. Well, that would be similar to the margin last time. It's probably not unreasonable. Maybe it's narrower, but maybe it's not. Maybe Biden wins it by double digits. So apparently Haley is not going to drop out. She's decided to continue on her quest to the nomination. And I guess, if she thinks she can do it, who's going to stop her? I guess Trump is going to gang up on her, I'm sure. But 42% in. They're catching up to the Democrats who are at 45. New Hampshire could be closer than 2020. You're seeing a lot more Trump signs. But then again, it's only a small region of the state. Yeah, seeing the signs, the yard signs, and the bumper stickers, it seems like every year I hear stories about in some random county or city, there's a lot more signs of one candidate or another. And people think, okay, that's got to mean this. But it really doesn't necessarily mean that yard signs equal success. I mean, it's got to be better than nothing, but I think both sides should be on their toes. They should think they're going to lose. Because I think both sides can lose. Okay. Not a lot of movement here. Trump still projected. That's a wide range. Trump might only win this thing by 1.9, or he might win it by 21. So we're looking at right in the middle, 11% on the needle. Okay. We've got delegate tracker. Trump at 20. But Super Tuesday, that's the action. I wonder if Biden is even going to acknowledge that he wins New Hampshire in the primary because the DNC moved it to South Carolina. I wonder if he's going to draw any attention to it. And the Dean Phillips thing, Phillips, he's got to be done after this, I would assume. Same with Williamson. There's no stopping Biden. It seems like a lot of the polls, only Biden and Trump are really the only two candidates who are likely to lose, where any other candidate would be stronger. But both sides are going in for Biden and Trump. Okay, you're seeing some signs. Rockingham County, it's very red. Okay. Oh, hey, you're back to say both Delaware senators and Congresswoman are from Delaware. Okay, you mean born there? Is that what we're talking about? Because we were talking about birthplace before and carpetbagging, but if they're just from there, well, yeah, that's a given. I wonder who's going to finish first. Republicans have gained on the Democrats. They're only 4% behind on the vote count. But yeah, not a ton of action here. This has turned into Iowa. Maybe we can get something here. Okay. Questions about Nikki Haley's path, but she has vowed to stay in the race. Haley goes on the attack. Okay, so Trump gave a victory speech. Chris Sununu, her chief surrogate. Interesting. Trump delivered his victory remarks surrounded by vanquished rivals Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy. Haley conceded her loss. It's the first in the nation, but it's not the last in the nation. Oh, that means it's not over. So, what did Haley say here? She made a concession speech. Okay, she blamed Trump for the Republican losses in 18, except in the Senate, they gained 2 seats, but they did have a loss in the House and governors. But they said the same thing in 16. They said that there's no way he could win at all, and he was going to drag everybody down in the ticket, but it just didn't happen. Who do I think will win the election? The general? Well, I talked about that a little bit earlier. My last prediction did have Biden winning it narrowly. I'll probably try to put out another one for February. But I mean, it's a total toss up. I don't think it's that beneficial to put out a prediction video, but I know that it's fun to put it out, see what people have to say. But it could go either way. You try to say they're both not from here. Okay, they're not from Delaware. The two senators and Lisa Blunt Rochester, I'm guessing. Kind of depends if they moved there young or not. Okay, if we're going a little literal birthplace, Michael Bennett would be running in India. Ted Cruz, yeah, that's true. Sununu, oh, okay, yeah, are people really saying it differently? I did I did a matchup with him, and I just did not want to say Sununu over and over and over. I don't know, there's a lot of names out there. I usually try to get them right, but you can't get them all right. And it's not like Sununu's a nobody, but okay, the race is far from over. Interesting. I don't see how Haley can really compete with Trump. I mean, it's Trump. I mean, he's sucks all the oxygen out of the room, as people say. He's going to go on the offensive. She didn't even get in third in Iowa. I don't know what her path really is, but maybe I don't know anything. 258 Biden, 280 Trump is reasonable. It's reasonable. It's not out of the question. We'll see what happens. I mean, some people see the polls that saw Trump dominating, and they thought this thing is over. He's going to win for sure. He's going to get all the swing states, and that's it. And I don't see that happening. You can't see it happening this far out. Even if Biden was ahead comfortably, I'd say, well, this is January. Who knows what's going to happen? But if that was the case, if Biden was ahead, then I'm sure they would be talking about those polls. No question. That's what politicians do. They talk about the polls that have them ahead, and they dismiss the polls that show them behind. Not sure about Omar. So where are we at here? We're still, God, this really hasn't budged. But we're looking at these results here. What have we got? We've got Trump looks at Tim Scott, pointing out that he and Nikki Haley share a home state. And while she appointed him to the Senate, Scott endorsed Trump. You must really hate her, Trump says. And then Scott, ever the diplomat, walks up to take the mic and says to Trump, I just really love you. Could be the next VP there, Tim Scott. Trump is trying to twist the knife. He says he's going to win South Carolina easily. Yeah, those polls, we're going to see what those polls are over the next couple of weeks. Once new polling comes out, when it's just Trump and Haley, what's going to happen? it'd be a tall order for Haley to actually close the gap with Trump in her home state. Um, okay, Cruz leaving Canada. Yeah, Somalia. That is what I hear about Omar. I can't confirm I've checked lately, but okay. Governor Chris Sununu, Nikki Haley's chief promoter, tried to put a positive spin on her second place finish, saying in a social media post that she turned the narrative on the national attention on its head and proved this is indeed a two-person race. And tonight, Granite State voters put the wind in her sails as she heads off to her sweet home state of South Carolina. That is a positive spin. There's no question about that. I mean, she knows she's the underdog. I mean, nobody's going to come out and say, you're done. You're going to come out and say, you're going to fight to the end and you probably can win. But Trump just wrapped up his speech. Is anybody watching that thing? After hitting Haley hard and mocking her sunny outlook, he and his surrogates essentially promised the race would end in South Carolina. All right. Well, at least there's something else to look at while we're waiting for the results. And nothing even really happened. Well, 48% for the Democrats, 46 for the Republicans. Yeah, sooner. Well, I mean, he's got to defend who he's endorsed. I mean, comment glitch is happening again. We'll have to just hope this is a one-off. The next stream, it's not there. Yeah, Haley did not do that bad. But again, look at the range. Trump could still win this thing by 20. Not even half the votes in, and they're already done. They're calling this thing. I wonder how many independents voted for Haley. Or I wonder if any Democrats previously changed their registration to vote for Haley. Maybe. Could be a drag the frontrunner down type campaign at this point, similar to Bill Bradley against Gore in 2000. Okay. Kim Reynolds. Yeah, did she re-endorse after DeSantis dropped out? I didn't check on that. That'd be, I mean, most of the other governors come out and endorsed Trump. Not Phil Scott, though. Carper is from West Virginia. All right. Okay, Rochester from Pennsylvania. Sounds good. So has this stream rebounded, or I mean, I don't even know how many people are following this. Still 11. There's just not much happening. I mean, we're gonna go back here. Might as well take a look at these updates while we're sitting here. All right. Trump said this is not your typical victory speech, and he wasn't wrong. He seemed more angry at Haley than celebratory about a victory that he was hoping would shut down the nomination contest. And he spent as much, if not more, time criticizing Haley and her top ally, Chris Sununu, as he did thanking the people of New Hampshire for delivering the win. Now that's putting a negative spin on it. But I mean, I didn't see the speech. We've got Dean Phillips asked repeatedly at what point he would drop out, told reporters he would consider doing so after a reasonable time has passed, where enough people know who he is. If polls test him both Trump and Biden, him and Biden against Trump, and if Biden miraculously improves in his position to actually win this thing, given that the first two have yet to happen, it's safe to say he plans to continue the campaign. Okay, so New Hampshire, not the end of the line here on either side. Yeah, I thought about that. Rochester from New York. Phil Scott openly voted for Biden. Yeah, I do remember that. That's Phil Scott should probably just. I don't know. He's had success as a liberal Republican, but I'm sure a lot of people think he's a Democrat. So we got halfway there, 50% of the vote. Biden at 11.7. Trump now, 53.6. What about these candidates? Mike Pence has 100 votes. What's that about? Barry Johnson, he got some votes finally. The counting has been slow, definitely. That's why we're taking a look at whatever else is going on here. Carney, born in Delaware. He would be the first Delaware-born senator if he ran in a long time. All right. That's a fun fact.
Thank you. Whoa.
I don't know if the audio is actually.
Thank you. Whoa.
What is this? This is like nothing. Is the audio playing on that?
Thank you.
Hick Nicky. Interesting. I haven't seen that actually. Where have I been? Why are they playing these like 5-second loops?
Thank you. I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory tonight. He earned it, and I want to acknowledge that. This race is far from over. There are dozens of states left to go.
Is this audio? Somebody confirmed this audio on the video. Is the video
and the
audio
next one
going
is my
through?
sweet state of South Carolina. I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his...
Which state is RFK Jr. most likely to win in the general? If we're not going to factor in ballot access, because that's a whole other issue, I don't know. He's probably. I don't think he's likely to win any, but it would seem like it's some state with an independent kind of streak, like Montana. I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe Alaska. Could even be something like New Hampshire. But okay. Oh, somebody agrees. Alaska, yeah. I don't think it would be close anyway, but yeah, no, if I had to pick, I'm trying to find some state he could win. And in Alaska, I know they're trying to repeal ranked choice voting. I know they gathered some signatures to try to get that on the ballot. Have to see what happens with that. I've not seen recent polling in Alaska. I mean, that's a tough state to poll. But yeah, that wonder what's going to happen there this time for the House. Is Sarah Palin going to come back in and just decide she's going to run again? Doesn't look like it, but all right. Trump closing in on a 10-point advantage now, 9.7. Biden, a lot of vote here to count with these write-ins still. Yeah, ranked choice. I know that's going to be controversial, everything with ranked choice. All right. So what we're at, we're over 3 hours on this stream. 3.5, almost 3.5. If you don't count the downtime, that like 10-minute lapse. The last senator from Delaware, John William, 1970, that can't be. Could be 1870, 1790. So yeah, I mean, if you're here, you're dedicated. I mean, there's probably other more exciting things to do. I'm trying to keep it going, try to keep it lively. Waiting for some more updates to come in. Okay. So yeah, I thought you were talking about born in 1970. Yeah, so now I got what you're saying now. The election. Alaska is a weird state considering the borough results map. Make Alaska look like a democratic stronghold. Yeah, it seems like it's gotten more competitive. Republicans can't totally rely on it anymore, especially with ranked choice with the top four. Top four going to the general. Uh, okay. Two things going at once. That works. Anything new? I mean, there's really nothing else, but we're keeping it going. 9-point lead for Trump now. Yeah, this would I don't think this would be really that exciting doing it for South Carolina. I suppose if somehow all the polls showed it totally neck and neck, but I mean this is fairly unexciting. I mean, Okay, Republicans have almost caught up completely to the Democrats on the count. People born in Delaware are unicorns? If I'm lucky, I might see one on your stream. You can guess who that is. Talking about yourself, I understand that. Unless, I don't know. It could be anybody in here lurking. A lot of blue burrows in Alaska, which are huge, but most of them have no one living there. Yep. Yeah. Now that next Senate election there, that's could be competitive. With Dan Sullivan. Could be Peltola trying to capture an Alaska Senate seat. Ooh, that'd be crazy for the Republicans. Because, I mean, if Trump won this election, then you got to think about the midterm after that. And usually it's going to be bad for the party in power. So Trump could be looking at some bad flips in 26. Who knows? But that's something to think about. Yeah, out of the top four for Alaska, the ranked choice, that's just, I'm not really a fan of that. I don't want to have more than one party going to a general election. I just don't really care for that. Separate parties, ranked choice, that could work. Because I do like runoffs. I don't want somebody going to a general election with 35% of the vote. It probably saved Murkowski last time too. I think that's what most people tend to think. Not sure what you're referring to. I was talking about Alaska ranked choice. Wyoming, yes, it does. But this is really slow. Again, these latest polls, Trump down 8, Biden up 8 in Pennsylvania. But somehow Bob Casey is only up by 4 against David McCormick. Anyway. Chris Sununu, well, I mean, what I think given it's New Hampshire, he's probably doing what he sees to be the best fit for that state as a Republican. But I know he's really let down a lot of the Trump base for sure. Because he came in there and he won the state narrowly when he first got in there. He won it. And he had full control over the legislator and the executive council. But I think there was some disappointment on what Sununu could have accomplished there for if you're into the Trump stuff. But that's why he's gotten reelected by landslide margins, because he's probably decided to try to go more of a moderate, kind of a centrist approach. I haven't really looked at his record, especially recently. So I don't know what he's up to, but Sununu, I mean, he had some landslide wins there. But we know Phil Scott. Phil Scott says, hold my beer. I'm guessing not a lot of people born in Wyoming. Is that maybe what we're saying here? Fun fact. Oh, wait, we skipped here. The borough in Alaska, Yukon, almost the same size as Montana, but only 5,000 people there, with Biden by over 20. Yeah, I was looking up Alaska like a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, there are some big, sparsely populated county equivalent boroughs there. And it's like, well, where's all the red vote? I guess you got to get into Fairbanks and such around there. It's kind of the opposite of most maps. Most maps, the low populations are red, and you got to have one major city of blue drowning it out. In 2010, the population of Dixville was 10. All right. That is a little outdated, I'd say, by 14 years, perhaps. His last race was a little closer. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as much as his second win, but I mean, it was comfortable enough. And then you got to wonder, maybe abortion, maybe that's a factor. Tough to say. Oh yeah, we're gonna have that special election in New York to replace um can't even think of his name at the moment. George Santos, that's his name. That's gonna be coming up in a few weeks, something like that. That should be close. There's a narrow majority in the House. If Democrats flip that, look, I would guess they will, but I'm not confident. Plenty of time left, because they got Tom Suozzi coming back in after his failed bid for governor. He tried to unseat Kathy Hochul. I wonder how much bad blood there is there. Would Phil Scott vote for Bernie Sanders in 18? Or do you think that's too low for a Republican to do? Over Trump? You know, I, but he's from the same state. So there could be that kind of thing where they're both kind of neighbors. So why not vote for your neighbor Bernie Sanders if you're Phil Scott? But outside of that, I would think Sanders would probably be a little too far for a Republican, even in Vermont. Tom Suozzi, you got it. Mike Pence would have got third in Iowa if he didn't drop, maybe. That's a big if. Yeah, the native population, that's definitely a significant factor, and from what I understand. For the Senate, are we talking about? Let me reread this. Okay. Phil Scott voted for Bernie in 18. Oh, for the Senate. Then probably not, given that, again, they're kind of neighbors. And he might say, hey, his position might be that they have to stop Trump, so they're going to vote for a Democrat. I would guess he could support his neighbor. I don't know how close those guys are from like a professional standpoint. 90% Salisbury County. That's got to be. There's a lot to go through. I'll take your word for it. We got an update here. What do we got? The Haley camp fired back after Trump's speech, describing in an email as furious and rambling rant, asking if Trump is in such good shape, why is he so angry? He's really trying to get under his skin And it's the thing is, it's probably going to work because Trump is not the best with criticism, but he's going to come back and probably do what he does best and do some kind of a cultural social media thing. Haley's probably not going to be able to make much of a dent in her deficit, but you never know. I mean, is it really so? I mean, Trump should really just blow that off if he wants to not come off as if he's a little nervous. I don't think he should be nervous. That's the thing. He just had another victory. He should come back and say he's angry because he's trying to save the country or something like that. Turn it around on Haley, and she's getting in the way of all the progress. You know, of those two, how many of between the two of them, they have one win for president. And guess which one it is? I mean, he could do something like that. That's what I would do. And then I don't know what Haley can do. This is the best she can do is try to get under his skin. She's got to do anything she can if she's going to try to stick it out. Phil Scott will run for election. Is that true? Did that just get announced? Oh, will he? Yeah, then we're back to not knowing. Yeah, I don't know if he will. I did have another community poll about that out a few months back. I have no idea if Phil Scott is going to run again. I mean, he's been in there a little while. He might do it again. Okay, I'm not sure what was blanked. Nikki Haley. Okay, I get it. Oh, didn't Charlie Baker vote for Biden? Oh yeah, I missed a couple comments here. I think he did vote for Biden. I can't confirm it though. Native Americans in Oklahoma, 70% voted for Trump. You know, I'd have to confirm that, but that's interesting if that's what it is. Wonder what nickname he'll make up for Haley. Yeah. But the problem for Trump and Haley is, I mean, Trump, he picked her to be UN ambassador. So, you know, that kind of looks a little sketchy that she's so horrible, but she was good enough to get on my team when I was in office. Massachusetts, similar with the rural areas that are mostly blue, with some rural areas being bluer than others, or than urban areas. Okay, Berkshire County. Don't have Massachusetts up at the moment. And now it's even 50%, 58% in for both sides. Oh, the ballot blanking. I understand. Chris Chan, should I know who some of these people are? Sununu voted for Trump. Hogan voted for Reagan. Scott voted for Biden. Did Hogan write in Reagan? Man. Reservations depressing. That's kind of what I hear. What do you think the final margin be? What it here in New Hampshire? I'm gonna just use the old needle here. Say Trump at 11, but we'll see. Nikki Haley. Seems a little cheesy. Bailey? Golden cat politics? Golden political cat, sorry. Define no. I mean, I've seen some content. We've commented on each other's videos from time to time, more so last year at some point. But yeah, is he streaming? Hogan voted for Reagan. We're talking about in 20, I assume. Okay. I gotta give it to Hogan. 61% in here. So I still don't get a confirmation here. Is this audio actually playing?
What we saw tonight
Or do I have
is
to change some
America
settings?
first defeating America last. That's what we saw tonight.
Vivek, 1 minute or less. Go do it, Vivek.
What we saw tonight is America first defeating America last. That's what we saw tonight.
Vivek, 1 minute or less.
All right. Remember when Trump called her Hindu Haley? Not exactly. Larry Hogan, true moderate Republican. He is considered moderate. Some might say liberal, but yeah. Do I comment on other political YouTube? I have. Not a lot lately. I've really been focused on my own content and other things outside of YouTube, but I'm trying to get the channel up, you know. It started small, it's slow. It'd be nice to get this thing, well, clearly way over 2,000. Probably over 3,000 by election day, if everything goes as planned. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like to do my own thing. Copyright claim. Um, so we're still doing it. We've got 8 people. Wow. This is a real intimate affair. Small gathering. I'm gonna do a 1-minute break. So need to go to the bathroom or grab something to eat. And Real American Politics, I mean, like a lot of channels, I've seen some stuff over time. But do I actively watch really other channels now? Not really. Nevada, I don't intend to do a stream for that, given that that seems like it's going to go for Trump, and I don't know if it even work with my schedule. But and plus, this is a little boring. I mean, it's good to have a gathering here, but it's not exactly that exciting. You're gonna bounce, okay? Okay. Trump comes at me with a copyright claim. All right, again, I'll be back in just a minute. So if you're sticking around, see you in a moment. All right. So, any updates? Not really.
Do it, Vivek.
All right, let's get back to the comments. Uh, oh yeah, is everybody excited for that spinner battle? You know, some people don't do the spinner battles, but that thing is winding down. The 2016 Republican primary, very exciting. Should be the next one up on Saturday.
America last.
And let's see, the Goku versus Biden. Okay, that municipalities have not come in, notably Derry. That's true. Still waiting on a lot of towns. %63%, 59% in. Waiting for something to come in. It is getting late, so I understand if you have other things you have to, other things you have to do on a Tuesday night. Yeah, Derry. Why are they taking so long at Derry? 100% for Biden here. One vote. Wilmot. I wonder how many people could name every one of these. All these municipalities. That would be something. That would be a talent. Could Chris Sununu even do it? Or Sununu? Superman probably would be America first. Anything else here?
Today. Yeah. People are saying, well, I'm going to do this.
You're voting today?
Today. Yeah.
Oh, this is not that exciting, but it's something to watch. $270 to win. We've got 65 in for the GOP. Here we've got 59. All right. Yeah, I believe it. Okay. Interesting. Inconsistent results on different sites. You can't name all of them. And I basically go to New Hampshire daily. Yeah. I mean, could you get like half? I don't know how difficult it is. I'm assuming it's extremely difficult. It'd be like naming every county in a state with a lot of counties. Okay, we've got an update. Here we go. Trump performed best in places with fewer college-educated voters, while Haley received more support in areas with more highly educated voters. That's not a bombshell. And New Hampshire, it's not the most uneducated state out there, so Haley should do. There should be some vote there for Haley. Well, they put together a little chart here. Imagine Nevada counting. We just counting the vote? Oh, we got another update here. What do we got? Oh, okay. The Haley camp has fired back. Oh no, we read this. All right, I don't see anything else. Okay, Senator John Cornyn of Texas had yet to back him, but he now has backed him. Well, there you go. Cornyn, he's on board the Trump train, I guess. Yeah, I mean, in New Hampshire, I know these aren't counties. I know they do have counties, but yeah, the township thing, I don't know why they do it here. The municipalities. I'd rather just see counties. Yeah, Texas is loaded with counties. Also, Georgia, a lot of counties there. I can name you. Okay, you can name all the counties in Massachusetts because there's 14. Well, it's still impressive. I wonder how many people who live there can name all 14. Trump has 119K. Okay. Superman or Goku? I'm gonna have to leave that up to you guys. All right. So again, are the other streams, are they up? Who's streaming? Is everybody streaming right now? Anybody call it quits? Or is nobody streaming? What's going on? What do those streams have that this stream does not have? Is it Louisiana that runs on parishes? Or yeah, Louisiana has parishes. Yep. Alaska with the boroughs. Got a couple county equivalents. Townships are in county. Yeah. But I mean, is this really all that appeal? This is just too much, right? Which state has the most counties per capita? Red Eagle Politics has called it quits. They stopped streaming. It took too long. Okay. Interesting. Well, maybe some of those people will stop by here. We got 12 again. That's we're still not up to where we were, but it's getting later in the day. Funny like a clown. That is a reference to Goodfellas. Where's a casino? You know, Sometimes you get them confused. It's probably Casino. Now maybe it's Goodfellas. Anyway. All right, we got another update here. What do we got? There it is. Trump's win adds to air of inevitability as Haley sharpens edge. Donald J. Trump's victory in the New Hampshire primary on Tuesday provided him the second of an opening pair of wins in the Republican nomination fight that accelerated his push for the party to coalesce behind him and deepened questions about the path forward for Nikki Haley, his lone remaining rival. All right. No Republican candidate has ever won the first two states and then ultimately not secured the presidential nomination. Trump apparently noted that himself. I mean, there's always a first time for something new to happen. All right. You can't fix the mess if you don't win an election, she said. A Trump nomination is a Biden win and a Kamala Harris presidency. But I mean, maybe. But again, that same stuff was said 8 years ago. It just didn't happen that way. Goodfellas. All right. I was right at first. You're glad I'm still going. I mean, yeah, I just like in general or the specifics of the going part? Is it like what if I was just up and completely not have there was no commentary? I mean, would that still be good? Or it's all about the commentary and the experience? 67%. Okay, Miami-Dade. Trump at 123.6. I could try to pull up. $270 to win, but I don't know. That's going to be a hassle. Specifics, as in still streaming. Yeah. But I mean, some people might be bored of this. That's the thing. I mean, these streams, they're fun, but it's not as exciting as when there's a real election happening. I streamed for the midterms in 2022. Not a lot of people back then. And if you were one of those people, I really commend you. Scarface is your favorite movie. All right, fair enough. You know, got to talk about something here. Trump loses 0.1%. He's trying to get a 10-point margin, but not happening right now. Now his projected range is between 5 and 17. Still a big range. Okay. Not sure what else we're looking at here? Still waiting on everything a little bit. Just this is all a margin game at this point. Even zoning out a little bit myself here. The general election. You mean as far as the stream, or as far as the election results? You know, Scarface, I never really got around to seeing that whole thing. It's one of those ones that, you know, it just escapes you, you know? At least in its entirety. The stream, yeah, okay. Do you want it packed or do you want it less packed? If it's packed, I mean, that's going to be great, but it's going to be tough to keep up doing the comments and the commentary. But so sometimes you got to just do some slouching, you know, after a few hours into a stream, you got to just lay back. You did some math, and if the margin stays around here, it should be 12 to 10 delegates. Okay. Here's your delegate tracker, if you're into that kind of thing. Still a lot of places with vote outstanding. Godfather, yeah, I have seen that at some point. I mean, that's a whole different topic, you know. It all depends on what your taste is. So it does look like Haley is not going to drop out, or Dean Phillips. I don't know about Williamson, who's at 4.2. I would not want to be counting all those write-ins. Okay. Nine people. And everything is slowed down here. Slow everything. Slow count. Slow comments. But we're still here. We're still doing this. We're doing it live. Londonderry not come in. Or has Chichester or Derry? Okay. Yeah. We're waiting on it. 69 in. Yeah, Haley dropping after South Carolina. Well, that would. Yeah, you'd have to at that point. I mean, what? There's nothing left after that if she lost it. So it Super Tuesday might not have as much as we think. So yeah, we'll see how it looks for a stream on that day. At least we'll have the California primary for the Senate. We're talking about Shrek now. I mean, it is off topic. I mean, it's been a while, but the movie I've seen it. We'll say that. Yeah, sticking with this. What are we at? We're over 4 hours now on the stream. I know we went down for about 10 minutes, but we're over four. I'm not sure how long we'll go. I mean, maybe we'll throw in the towel soon, but we'll go for a bit more. Yeah, this was not as thrilling as I had hoped. DreamWorks, okay. They should check out my stream. So yeah, Haley has some flashes of dominance, but Trump doing a lot of damage all over. Vote dump. Yeah, maybe we will get a vote dump because this is kind of uneventful.
If you don't, let us know.
All right, we've got some ballot casting footage.
If you don't, let us know. If you don't, let us know.
This is nothing. This is like a 5-second loop. They got the signs right in Joe Biden. Dean Phillips almost looks a little like Ron DeSantis there. Just a little bit. Maybe it's the hair. I don't know. It's like, is that Elon Musk? I mean, like, uh, th- it's getting late, you know? You don't even know. I don't know what's even happening.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump.
4 hours till Haley's 3 a.m. votes. I hope not. SpongeBob, okay. Snow White and the Evil Queen. I'm not sure why we're covering these movies. How are the votes counted? I believe by hand. I don't think they do machine counting in New Hampshire, but you know, maybe I've got it all wrong. Ron and Dean. Yeah, like, is it just me, or does that sort of look like Elon Musk? I don't know. It's far away. It's a glance. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things that are not there. Okay, so I'm not the only one thinking Dean and Ron have some similarities. The Office, yeah. Again, I mean that's way off topic, but yeah, that was a classic show. Oh, Snow White and the Evil Queen. Oh, is that the one that was funded by? Yeah, I heard that was. I did hear about that at some point. There was like a conservative Snow White. The guy definitely looks like Elon Musk. All right, good, good. Getting some confirmation. That might be a woman though. It might be, but that's what hit me right away. I saw that and I was like, "What is this? Is Elon Musk voting in New Hampshire?" But okay, Dwight would vote for Trump. Creepy cops. Gotcha. Let's get back to the vote. 73% in. What's left? Hey, oh, you're sticking around. I thought you might be calling it a night before. Now Trump over a 10% advantage. All right. Apologies on the lack of excitement. It's just not there. Yeah, Mario and Luigi, yeah, those some working class guys right there. Uh, you were by a Dollar General. Cop was there for no reason. Maybe he had a reason. Maybe he was doing a sting, or he was on a stakeout. Something exciting. 71 in. Haley 44.1. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ride out the New York Times. I'm sure it's not too far off. This is slow going. That's for sure. No updates. All right. Yeah, you can't take the candy into the theater. That is, unless you've ever heard of this thing called a pocket or a coat. That would you can get anything in with that. April Fool's. Yeah, I don't know what to do for that. I'm trying to get solid amount of views, subscribers, and some of these videos just don't cut it. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it all wrong. Who knows? Loomer and Bob Menendez. There you go. I wonder if Menendez is still gonna actually run. Who knows? Yep, candy in the pockets. That's the place to do it. Maxine Waters, I don't think she's gonna. I don't think she's gonna do it. I'm gonna officially call that. Hey, that's fine. I mean, I'm impressed you even want to stick around. I mean, that's dedication, and I've slowed down myself in this stream. I'm slowing down, but you made it. If you had any good time or enjoyed any of this, that's all that really matters. Just always remember to hit the like and the subscribe if you're new or if you haven't done it. Okay. Yeah, I used to do a little bit more unorthodox type of videos. I think I had Hunter Biden against Donald Trump Jr. I've had some interesting ones over the years, or over the 2 years, but you know, sometimes you got to make some changes. It takes longer for New Hampshire to count a few 100,000 votes, yet the entire country of Brazil could count 100 million votes in a few hours. If that's even remotely true, that is depressing. I get it, the write-in thing is going to take longer, but that's not happening here on the Republican side. But even so, it's not fun when this is going to take hours or days. Here's an update. Let's see what we got here. Biden has released a statement on the New Hampshire results declaring it's now clear that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee. And my message to the country is the stakes could not be higher. He thanked those who wrote in his name. It was a historic demonstration of commitment to our democratic process. Biden also extended a hand to independents and Republicans who share our commitment to core values of our nation. That's from Biden putting out a statement. Mr. Beat does give shout outs to smaller channels and tries to read every comment. Even though he's about to hit 1 million. Okay. How small does he go? Yeah, somebody could always plug me, but it might be a little tacky for me to try to plug myself, suck up to another higher channel. I don't know. Campaign trail, not much. Doesn't really interest me that much. If Trump wins this year, will Biden be on the ballot in 28? No. I'm I'm gonna say no. And remember Biden. Biden got in 5th place here 4 years ago. Look at this. This is it. This is it. 4 years ago. Joe Biden. 5th place. 8%. I mean, everybody beat this guy. That is astounding. It seemed like Biden was done. I remember the betting markets. It seemed like Biden had very little chance. But everything came together and things turned. Okay, Tony Montana. A few hundred. Trump 55. All right. There, now he's at 55. He's opened up an 11.5-point lead over Haley. So, yeah, I mean, if Haley got this thing down to like 4 points, but even then, you're still taking back-to-back losses in third place in Iowa. But she could maybe say, okay, now we're going to turn it around. We're going to get everything lined up and go into South Carolina and win. I mean, she could maybe say, but if she's going to lose a state by 11, 12 points, I mean, it's not the biggest landslide, but it's not really that close. Hey, we're up to 15 people. Somehow it's heating up as we get a little later. But yeah, anybody that stops by, it's always appreciated. 77% of delegates allocated. Trump has 11, Haley with 6. What's going on here? Hirsch Singh, 1 vote. He did it. Let's see, what about here? Okay. Everybody here at least 11 votes. Uh, 75% of the vote in. Almost on the home stretch, not quite. Perry Johnson at 9. Yeah, he didn't really get much going on, but 9 votes. Iowa is the best state. Any Republican. Okay. Oh, wow. We still got this Elon Musk picture. I mean, it's not him, but like, look at this. I just glanced at it. I'm like, and Elon Musk is hitting me. It's given off the Elon Musk vibes. All right, 79 in. All right, you're gonna head out this time. Hey, that's fine. Hope you enjoyed the stream, even though we ran into a downtime. It's probably not going to go on too much longer anyway. Probably going to wind it down soon. But, have a great night if you're heading out. All right. Still waiting on votes. Did they close that late? I didn't know they closed that late. Why would they close that far apart? It's not a huge state. I would think one time zone, you're set. Hey, it's all up to you, you know. If you're having a good time, I can't guarantee how much longer I'm going to stay on. I mean, again, I'm kind of slowing down here a little bit myself. Uh, yeah, I wish it said it says here the polls close between 7 and 8 p.m. That's what I saw earlier. So that's what I was a little confused about. And 90% of the votes were reported by 1 a.m. back then. So I don't see anything about 10, but maybe there's a few towns that are doing that. Plus, I figured if I'm getting on for a stream, probably should do a full stream, not get on here for 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, guess it's inconsistent, some of the poll closing data. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, I mean, it is just, it's, it's like a movie with a just super slow plot. I mean, we already know the result, but we want to see the margins, even though probably not going to be anything unexpected. Okay, you're watching the Senate votes come in 22 and your phone died. Were you on here? I was doing a stream back then. Not hardly anybody was there because it was a while ago. But I'm assuming you just were watching it on your own prior to your discovery of this channel. Uh, yeah, you know, hopefully your phone does not die. We don't want that. Okay. It's after 11 Eastern now. And we've been streaming 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. It's a lot of streaming. Yeah, you didn't find the channel yet back then. That's fine. At some point you found it. And you're hooked, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe you just like it a little bit. Binkley, yeah. He's closing in on whoever's above him. Yeah. You've been watching since July. I am curious. There's frequently a lot of typos in your comments or messages. I'm just wondering why is there so many? I'm just curious. But yeah, you've been in here for 7 months. That's cool. The stream is going. Hey, I remember you were here last time. You stopped by. That was your first time you've ever been on this channel for Iowa. And you subscribed and everything worked out, right? But nice to see you stop by. It's a lot of autocorrect though. I mean, it's there's a lot. Okay, you're an avid viewer. So you just you were busy and you just finally got free and you stopped by, or were you on maybe you're checking out some other streams and you've been watching all the old videos. You catching up on all the old videos. I've got 800 videos, so there's a lot of a huge catalog if you want to see some videos. Otherwise, maybe just watched a few I've put out in the last week. Yeah, it could be a party. What have we got? We've got 11 people. Okay, I don't know what you mean by the crazy suggest. Been listening in while at work. Hey, that that's awesome. I mean, there's probably dozens of other channels, or I don't know who's streaming now, but yeah, trying to get to, over 2,000 subscribers pretty soon. Hopefully we get it up to 3. You watch on your way home from work. Didn't know that I went live. Okay. Well, I was here last week for the Iowa caucus. I did a stream for the election in November, last November. I did one for the midterms over a year ago. And yeah, I try to do a couple streams here and there for cover some elections, do it for the fans. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying all the other videos. Big variety. Tons of different things related to politics. I've heard that before about the sound. At the same time, I'm also kind of falling asleep a little bit. Let's go back to the Dems. 83 in. Phone died. It was a new phone. Well, that's rough if it died when it was a few months old. I'm sure it's under warranty. That could be a hassle dealing with that. The stream for South Carolina, I can't say no for sure, but it's most likely not gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie about it. But again, it's like a month away. Who knows what could happen? The spinner battle. Yeah, those are fun. Glad you enjoy those. Those don't get a ton of views, I think some people think it's just too trivial and they want to see, hard current political data. So, but the spinners are a lot of fun. Yeah, I've heard the Midwest thing before. That's fair game. And we've all got to be from somewhere. Wallace versus Goldwater. versus McGovern. There's no way I can begin to think about something like that. That is convoluted. That's too difficult. I mean, if somebody else does these kinds of crazy hypotheticals, I would check those out, but all right. Well, we've got 24 likes. It's not bad. But yeah, this is really kind of winding down. Too bad the stream crashed for a little while before, but I got back on, and at some point, gonna have to bring it to a close. All right, man, it is kind of dead in here. 77 we're stuck at. I mean, if you're just stopping by, yeah, Trump has clinched it. He's at almost 55%. Nikki Haley's at 43.5%. On the other side, Biden, he's got his write-in campaign, but he's declared the winner. Dean Phillips at 20.9 right now. Here we go. It says the reported results, which underrepresented Trump's lead throughout the night, have begun to align with our forecast. So they've underestimated Trump, but now it looks like it's lining up. I like all these charts. They really do. They give you the data how you want to see it. Someone said they were going to stop counting for the night at some point tonight earlier. How true is that, though? I have no idea. I would not want them to stop. I mean, what are we doing here? Finish it up. All right. So, looks like we've kind of fizzled out here a little bit. So, this might be a good time to bring it down and end the stream. So, to the few of you that have stuck it out, thanks a bunch. And at that matchup, I can't. It's too much for me. Certainly right now, I'm trying not to think about that kind of a matchup. But with 79% of the vote in, I think we're going to bring this stream to a close. And it's been fun. Not sure when we'll do the next one. Potentially Super Tuesday, but it depends what's going to happen. Otherwise, the general election is way too far away, but that would be the goal. Thanks a lot. Have a good night yourself. So, with that, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next video.